go maybe to f2 because sometimes we want to defend our knight this way. But black has b5. Could be a little bit annoying because it's not that easy to develop. Well, find a good square for that knight, because if you castle queenside,
a good square for this knight is usually d5, and it all depends on the the assessment of the piece sacrifice, which is, I mean, if you look at this position, I don't believe it's a full compensation, but white has some prospects. Like if this knight has to go to a5 or b8, and then you just push. Yeah. Right.
Yes.
Of course, in this case, you would probably prefer the bishop on d3 and the other one
on d4.
On d4, ideally.
And giving checkmate to the opponent's king.
Yeah. So that's one way of approaching things. Maybe you have a little bit more delicate way of playing. So that was a little bit straightforward.
Yeah, a little bit too straightforward. You can also castle kingside. It's not out of the question.
That's not ridiculous.
I mean, F4 first. I like
get to that position and then maybe bishop on e3 in this case.
Or maybe or
b5, a3 is a possibility.
A3, and then castle kingside.
And then castle kingside and look for some f5, f6 action.
You do that slowly, very, very slowly.
Yeah. So, promises us a very interesting fight. This is like, Sicilian, and at the same time not one of those poison pawn variations which are throughoutly studied. So this is something refreshing.
Okay.
Right. So that was Firouzja for you. Dubov Gukesh. Let's see if there. No.
Oh,
I was hoping for some very original play from Dubov. Like sometimes he's capable of.
But he's
playing a novelty.
He's studying the
Anish thing.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering who started this stuff off. I think Boris Avruch. Boris Avruch.
Or Boris Gelfand, rather.
Boris Avruch. He's culpable because he did these sort of repertoire books, didn't he?
Yep.
With white and black. And this is one of the things he was recommending. And then it was like,
spreading.
It was spreading.
It was very nice, Nigel, because I found a hole in one of his analysis, I won quite a few games. Like people blindly following, Avruch books.
Yeah,
it was like back in 2010, or whenever the first book was released, and there was
there were a few inaccuracies there.
But that happens, yeah.
Yeah, but he had these very, very popular books, and it was like everybody in India was playing the Avruch repertoire, and not only that.
No, but the books were good. It's not like I'm saying.
I'm not saying these were poor books at all, but even with the best books, there are usually some errors, and you always have to check the analysis yourself rather than taking it as gospel.
Right, so white managed to install this pawn on a5. So now,
which
something
is not always advantageous. And the reason for that is quite a simple one, that sometimes this pawn on a5 is simply a weakness. It's a target. Yes. So that bishop takes f3 and c6 could be considered.
Yeah.
And c6, because you've got queen b4 type
queen
of
b4 ideas.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure.
And e4 might be a bit too early.
Maybe not.
What they usually do is something like that. h4, h5. There was a game. I'm not sure if exactly this position, but certainly from that type of a position, from that Catalan.
Yeah, that's a typical idea. You expand on the king side, but perhaps also e3 and putting the queen back on e2. That could be
e3 is a possibility. Yeah, for black, sometimes, once again,
yes,
that, strangely enough, is the maneuver. So you get it to b5, and then if white later pushes e4, then the knight from b5 attacks.
Yes, it's very well placed. And black will want his rooks in the center, one on d8, certainly rook f on d8, and perhaps the other one on c8, because maybe sometimes you get to play c5, although it's not always that easy to affect that break.
Yeah. Let me see if it advanced any further. Yeah, well, quite a few moves played. Queen d6, rook fd1. Black has played b5. So white captures, rook a6.
So what's the idea?
That's a big question. Because b5 I can take on c6, yeah?
No, you can't.
Queen c6. Rook b5. So that's the that's a nice trick. So queen c6, rook a6, and the rook is protected. So b5 is actually actually a trap, right? To be honest,
these kids are tricky, aren't they?
The kids are tricky, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, nothing you can do. Like knight b5, bishop b5, the queen's attacked,
yes,
right? So perhaps, if you fall for that, if you take on a6, then perhaps the best you have is rook c6, rook d6, and you pray for, maybe you will, like if you get the c4 pawn, maybe you have...
Yes.
Maybe
don't their parents tell them not to be so sneaky with their moves, or not? That's very nice little tactic there.
Yeah. So after queen d3, by the way, the pawn is hanging, right? Because b5 won't be with the tempo, and perhaps the other idea is to just push e4.
b5 looks like a good move here.
Yeah, b5.
And after e4, I just would like to put my queen back somewhere at b8.
Somewhere at b8.
b8, and it's
d5. What I want to play, and e5, and create some mess.
Mayhem.
Yep. So if the knight has to leave, which it probably has to do, I don't know, g4 or
to e4 possibly.
e4, yeah, but then
knight 6. I just want to continue just for the moment. If I take that, can I do that? And then knight c5. Is that really stupid? Probably it is really stupid.
Knight d4
no.
and some c6.
Yeah, that's maybe it looks horrible.
Looks meh.
No, looks horrible. That's pretty horrendous.
Yeah, maybe g4, maybe knight g4, and when I take, you can target f2.
No,
maybe.
bishop c5.
Bishop c5 immediately. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But the problem is,
there is still knight d4, right?
So not knight d5. Can we go queen f5?
Knight g4, queen f5. Yeah. And it's queen c8. And then you...
Yeah, maybe not.
Maybe still. Yeah, it's like takes and bishop c. But bishop c5 is quite an annoying thing.
It is very annoying.
Yeah.
All right, good. Let's move on.
That's... No, but
I mean, you can say it's a quiet strategic game, but there are plenty of tactics just beneath the surface there. So a lot of fight, and it's an unbalanced position. I mean, when you've got black in that position, you can think of winning.
Yeah,
very, very easily. If you get the queens off, you get an end game there.
So two bishops, two versus one. Yeah.
Majority on the queen side, you start shoving it up the board. That's the sort of position where the better player can win.
Right. So, Krishuk, why don't we... no, not that again. Berlin.
Oh, dear.
Berlin. Honestly, as much as I would like to explain what happens there, I have no clue. H3. h3. It's one of those lines where you have to be very careful, because I think when they play h3 even before knight c3, that means they want g4, knight g5, f4 quickly.
Oh, right. I'm glad you explained that.
Bishop e7, that, knight h4.
Isn't this how...
Knight e2.
Kasparov played against...
Kramnik.
Judith Polgar. Sorry, Judith. Wasn't that the win of Judith Polgar against Gary Kasparov? I remember Gary uncharacteristically played the Berlin. That's one of those openings he can't play from either side. You know, that was exactly...
That's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, that's one. You know, the other positions he's winning, doesn't matter, white, black. That's one of the very few positions where it doesn't really feel where the pieces are going.
So he was struggling against Kramnik to get any advantage. Yeah, and when he tried with black...
then he loses to Judith Polgar. That was in the a match I played in fact, in Moscow. In the
rest of the world match.
It was Russia against the rest of the world match in Moscow. So I remember that well.
So looking at this one, I don't quite understand what black is planning to do with the c7 pawn. Probably he's not defending it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some move, bishop takes c7 and f5 is what I can think of.
Yes, I guess so.
But what move? Some move. King f7.
King f7.
For instance,
yes.
King f7, bishop c7, f5. And hope that it works somehow. Maybe it does, yeah.
But isn't the problem that white plays knight g3 first?
That doesn't take, yeah?
Yes,
knight
I think yes.
Maybe steal some f5. So that...
because the pieces are very active.
Takes, some bishop... I don't know, h4
bishop
even.
H4
bishop h4. Somehow, yeah, if black manages to take on f5 and
he always draws anyway. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay, not the most exciting position, I have to admit.
Yep. Next one.
Next one. Mamedyarov. Do you know Shahryar Mamedyarov?
I do know Shahryar.
Brilliant attacking player.
He is a brilliant attacking player.
B5.
Yeah.
B5 was once considered to be a bad move. Yeah. They would say you should not rush with b5.
You can play the whatever it is, the
bishop b7.
Bishop b7, Archangelsk. Yeah.
d3 and bishop to e7.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. a4, knight to d4, and after bishop a2, d5. So basically
bold.
Yeah.
Bold.
Some march-like sacrifices. Yeah?
Yes.
If knight takes,
just take on e4.
You can take it back. In fact,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
If I'm trying to win,
yes, and then knight takes.
There is also b4,
possibly,
and even b3 in some cases.
Yes,
yeah,
that's true.
So if I want to be precise, maybe I should take with the knight. But then I'm not winning a pawn. You know. Bishop d5, and if knight d5, it's bishop a2
and
with queen d5 to fall.
And you're forking.
Yep.
Forking pieces. Go on, show us that. Show us that. Show us the forking. Great.
Yep.
Nasty forking.
Knight d5. Knight d5 was played, but maybe not with the idea to win a pawn up. I mean, just thought it's the best move, yeah? Takes, once again, I mean, b4. b4 would be...
b4 can be annoying.
So again, maybe have to take with
the
knight.
You've got knight d5 there.
After b4.
Yeah.
That and knight d5 and this one's hanging.
Yes. Some little tactics.
D. What's that?
Queen takes d4 and you're worse. D4. And you're worse.
Am I?
Yes, you're worse. Knight takes e7, check, and f3.
And f3. Yeah.
And you're worse.
f3 and this one is doomed.
And you're a pawn down, but not only not only are you worse, you're a pawn down and about to lose,
the second
pawn.
one. Yeah.
So, no good. Yeah, that's no good.
Rook d8.
Mm-hmm.
Rook d8, queen c3. And there is no bishop e4 because you have this sneaky square on a5.
No tricks.
Bishop
None
e4,
whatsoever.
e4, queen a5.
You could even play knight c6 if you
Yeah,
want
knight
to,
c6 is there. Yeah.
Well, perhaps.
c6 there.
Okay.
All right.
We don't know what's going on, but that's sharp and complicated. And this is why we're happy we're not playing here, because you have to... Do you know these... Don't you find it like a tremendous effort sometimes?
To play chess.
To play chess. I mean, you're there and your opponent plays in a tactical way like this, and you realise there is simply no alternative other than thinking hard for the next 20 minutes or half an hour on this position. And I don't think human beings were really designed for hard thinking. It's all that sort of exertion. I mean, that's why football was invented, to avoid hard thinking. You know, you just do things like that.
Right. So I want to look at something like Shankland. Do you know Shankland? Sam Shankland, I think you said he's an expert on pawn structures these days, right?
He is.
After publishing a few books. And okay, it does look like a pawn structure, a funny pawn structure. H4 and H6.
Yes. H4 is, it has been seen.
Yeah, but it's an aggressive move, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, I thought H5 was kind of what they would recommend.
Yeah, it tends to be what they do. In fact, with H5, and there are different ways of...
Yeah, so Jobava plays H6, but like if Jobava does that, it means that he knows something. Like he plays Caro-Kann for the eternity, I would say. Bishop d7.
Caro-Kann is one of those things. It's very much a Georgian opening. And if you're Georgian and you don't play the Caro-Kann, they take your passport away from you. I mean, that's it, really.
That's how it is, yeah?
Yeah, it's just one of those things. You're Georgian, you've got to play the Caro-Kann. It's like a national opening. Do you know any Georgians who don't play the Caro? No, of course, because they've had their passports taken away from them. That's it.
Right. Isn't it a line where you can make 10 moves with pawns with white? After bishop d7, I think h5, it goes something like that. e6, f4, c5, c3... and even a3 later, like knight c6, a3.
When these, there was like Tal Botvinnik, and this is typical like Tal Botvinnik stuff, isn't it?
Right. And then kind of you run here with the king, right? In order to play bishop e3, sometimes you play rook h2 to guard that. Yes, that's a really, really funny line. Anyway, knight c3, e6, bishop e3 was playing.
So
h5, and he captured it. Okay, pawn up. Pawn up, easy.
White is winning.
Knight f3, bishop g5, queen b6, and he keeps his pawns protected. Sam Shankland. C3. So b5, so not a problem. Knight goes to c5.
Yes.
Knight a6.
So we
precisely was the idea.
Some little tactic there.
a3.
b4.
Yeah, so if b5, knight c5, and if knight takes b4, or just take and then, just
b4.
keeping the idea of b4 if the pawn's taken. Rook takes h5, b4, and queen went back to c7.
Good.
What's that? White got a lot of space, but yeah.
The issue, of course, is White's has a slight weakness on the king side, but you would tend to look for a move like bishop h3 and bishop g4 to evict that rook. You can do it in other ways.
And even h5 later, yeah.
Yeah, you certainly go for that type of thing. I like bishop h3 because you can play bishop takes knight at some moment if you want to. But I think this is the right way to play.
You mean to take on a6? This knight, you mean?
Yeah, I want to take that one. I think it's very, very important to get in the move h5 if you can with in this line.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I just wanted to mention that for the guys at home, sometimes
it's not stupid. Now look at this. Knight b2. And our plan is
to do the same with knight, the knight.
And this is not stupid, in fact.
And then we go back again and we ask ourselves, are we in rush to take the knight? And probably the answer is no. And we can start by playing knight b2 and keep the bishop.
Yeah, there's something to be said for that. I like white.
Yeah, the knight on a6 is
a
little bit strange. Honestly, now that I'm thinking, what's the prospect for this knight on a6? Yes. Yeah, it's not clear at all. All right, let me see.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty miserable position for Jobava. He's one of those players. He's very brilliant, in fact, and I've had tremendous difficulty playing against him in the past. But he is, to use the phrase of Boris Spassky, he's very much a drunk machine gunner. In that, of course, drunk machine gunners are a danger to everybody, including themselves. Especially
exactly.
them, So, he can cause total mayhem and wins many brilliant games, in fact. But there is something not very solid about the way he plays.
Yeah. All right. I'm bringing back this Shirov game against Sherebuch. And if you remember that we were looking at this one yesterday, I mean the same match, and Sherebuch at some point blundered the checkmate in two, right? So,
yes.
So
but he was
doing okay at some point.
At one point he was doing okay, and then he went downhill very fast, and under pressure he allowed mate in two, which is normally not a good idea against Alexei Shirov, because he's the sort of guy who
can spot, capable of spotting checkmate in two moves.
Yeah.
Knight h3 here, right? Knight f6,
and even mate in three as well. But you don't want to do that sort of thing.
Interesting. So queen d6, e3, bishop went to f7. So he wasn't happy with this position. Which
I wouldn't be in a hurry to take.
Wait, maybe f4 is what he didn't like.
Oh, right. Yes.
Knight g3, and then white can take on e5 and then play rook h3 or something.
Yes. Yeah, and that's clearly good.
So that's the explanation. Yeah. Bishop f7 and then d4, and then
so he gets
the knight
control.
on f4 is pretty nice.
Yes. However, black is playing for a very quick
e5, yeah.
Yeah.
So the big question is...
And I wonder about a move like knight c3. Is that a bad move here?
Not necessarily
Maybe it's,
a bad move.
But
no.
a6 probably.
a6 or c6, and then
yeah, maybe c.
The question is if you're able to stop e5, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's a bit too primitive. Knight c3. I'm developing a piece, but I can't really stop that.
Yeah, and knight a3 in order to support. No, that's too clever to be right. So. What I would like to be the move in this position is knight d3
yeah,
probably, but then it's a check.
It's not a bad move, I think.
But check is annoying.
Well, it is slightly annoying, but it's not super annoying. So check, we go, let's say king d2. Could play king e2 if yeah. It's not...
King d2, yeah.
It's a very original position.
Yeah, the position is really, really fresh, right? Wait, king e2,
with the idea of
knight f4 and rook h3, right? Yeah. Like black, say, develops, and then we go knight f4 and we threaten rook h3.
Yeah,
right?
Unfortunately, knight h5.
Knight h5 saves the queen. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
yeah,
brilliant idea, Miro. However,
doesn't work. Rubbish.
Nul point for execution.
Okay.
Nice originality. That's what we like.
Okay.
Creativity.
We have a first result. Vladislav Kovalyov makes a draw against Alexei Saranov.
Oh, what?
Typical drawish position, Nigel, with with a lot of pieces exchanged at the very...
You know, what can I say?
I don't know.
What can I say? I see that, I just think, well, dead draw.
Dead draw, yeah. Well, what was that? Okay. I think I know where it comes from. So that's the Sicilian with a check. Yeah, bishop b5 check. Castles a6 and kind of a modern fashion to go to d3. And rook to e1, and c3, and bishop c2, and white is trying to set up some sort of a Ruy Lopez, d4, knight d2, knight f1, and so on. And c4 is a very, very bold move.
It's sort of known as the Kopek Sicilian. You know that? You know that?
Kopek.
Yeah.
You guys have strange names for all things.
You don't know Danny Kopek?
No, of course not.
Yeah. It's called the Kopek Sicilian because that's all it's worth, I'm afraid. Not a lot. Yeah, normally some very early bishop d3 and then c3 and bishop c2. So this is... he was doing it sort of straight off. He was playing a very quick c3 and then bishop d3.
Yes.
I think knight f6 and then...
Bishop d3.
Bishop d3. I think that's the...
Could be.
This is 1970s stuff. I mean,
I wasn't born.
Your mother wasn't even alive at that time.
So knight c5, we need to ba4, e5.
You were obviously not reading British chess magazine. Why is that? Or chess? Was it not popular back in the day?
British chess magazine, yeah, that was not that easy to get a copy in the Soviet Union, I have to tell you, being a kid. Yeah. And rook a4, so this is how he has lost an exchange, or rather sacrificed an exchange. A check, king goes to f8, knight rook d7.
Oh, bold.
Nice rule. Rook d7.
Axis Bold as Love. Do you know that album? It's like every day I try and get you to talk about music, and you steadfastly avoid it, studiously avoid it.
Oof. Queen a5. Oh, very strange. Look, very strange repetition, because I, even when I've seen the text, I didn't really understand what was going on. Queen A1, those guys are hanging, you have to protect, and then Queen A5.
Yeah.
And the knight's hanging, and Queen E1, and you probably don't want to play knight back. Probably don't want to play knight back.
Well, it was an obvious draw.
And Queen A1 and a draw. And the question is,
Didn't
Nigel,
you see that? Didn't you see that? It was pretty obvious.
The question is, what was the result of game one? To my shame, I don't...
I can't recall.
Actually, I've checked it, but I don't remember. I was 64.
Yeah, we're going to get all those results. Our technical support is on strike today. Or maybe they're
not.
They're tucking in to some sandwiches right now.
We had to request it.
Yeah, we had to request this.
The blame goes on us, I believe.
Okay.
Because
they're very nice people here who give us plenty of help. But somebody keeps talking about Firouzja.
Because he's under attack, I believe.
Yeah.
Firouzja's
what's
under
going
attack.
on?
Or he's attacking. I mean, which is normal in the Sicilian. You won't be able to tell, right? Who's attacking, who's under attack. F4, the straight 4, the caveman move.
Right. Yeah, we like
chain,
caveman.
knight C6, bishop E3.
Yes.
And knight A5.
Okay, that's why I like to move the bishop a bit further away, if you know what I mean.
F2, that being.
Yeah, because it may come under assault.
Castles, rook to C8, and now you have to consider this option. Bishop D4, F5, E5. Feels like he has spent quite some time with his, moving his bishop here and there. Queen A5.
Yes, and now?
And now... rook to D5 was played.
Looks.
Queen B4 and knight D1.
Looks a bit. Where is the queen? The queen is.
The queen is not very comfortable on B4, right?
Yeah.
A3. Okay, A3 might not be that much of a threat
So
because you probably
bishop
have
C6. Can we consider that? Is that a
bishop C6?
Well,
bishop. Wait a second. Bishop E1.
You'll
have to play Queen A4 and pray for this to work.
Knight C3 and.
Knight C3, and you will have to play Queen B4 back.
And then I go Knight D1, and then we're going to have a draw like this last game. You see, that's how it goes. Very tense position.
It is, yeah. And Firouzja just played Bishop D8. So now Bishop E1, you can play Queen B6 if you like.
Yeah, okay, we're not going to do that.
But at the same time, the rook on D5 is not attacked.
The question is, how is C3? C3.
How's that as well? Like rook H3, rook B3.
It's also
I wouldn't mind like extra defense to my king. Yeah?
Rook, that's a very thematic move. Rook H3. And now you've got this. Well, it's not exactly a threat, is it?
It's not like. Oh, it's kind of rook b3, knight c3.
And the queen goes back still.
To c6, yeah. So it's not a threat of like winning the game. No, I'm just thinking if maybe say the king is protected, right? Like I'm not getting under any kind of attack. Maybe I'm just like having a better position with the d5 square and so on. So maybe not trying to win it immediately. And and we have to try your c3 as well.
So
c3,
queen
a4,
and now b3.
Can we play?
Yes, let's do it. Check.
Can we play b3?
Check and now king b1. And you have to go somewhere. You have to.
Maybe that's why he went bishop d8? Question mark.
Yeah, but it looks pretty rancid, doesn't it? I mean, you can go back. You can
d2,
go.
Yeah.
You could even consider
not moving.
Yeah, could you just
Oh, you mean take the guy?
Well, that's a bit anti-positional, but f6 is dangerous.
6? I'm not sure. I mean, it's quite some time. It's going to take quite some time, right?
Yeah.
I'm not playing g6, so you'll have to take, and then what? Attack f7 somehow.
No, I'll just play h5 and h6.
h5 and h6. You like protected passed pawns on g7.
Yeah, because your attack is terribly slow here, by the way.
Black's attack.
Yes. Yeah. Looks promising for white.
Is it? Some trickery. Bishop d4.
Is that
Queen d2?
Queen d2. That doesn't work. I beat you off.
Yeah, I have to agree. There might be some issues with black's position. There might be some issues. And once again, rook h3 is another option, which looks sensible. Which looks sensible.
Well, this would be very interesting because the first game was
a draw. Yeah.
And were white to win this game, this would be, I would consider that to be a massive upset.
Yeah, prominent French player being eliminated, right?
Yes.
In that case. Yeah, well, actually, something that I wanted to, kind of preparing for today's broadcast, I wanted to mention, or thought worth mentioning, that typically in the knockouts, like second games are much sharper on average, because you would have people who lost in game one, and they're forced. So remember we were discussing,
to go for it,
so we were discussing, like game one, you're trying to kind of probe with white, so you're well, if it goes well, it goes well.
Well, draw is okay. No disaster. Yeah.
And now you have some, well, not some, but quite a few people who have to win at any cost, and it doesn't matter the color sometimes. So even with the black pieces, they'll try to push for win.
Sorry, I'm getting some random questions here.
Tell me.
Not so relevant to today's round. Somebody's asking whether I studied technical endgames like king, bishop and bishop against king and knight. Have you studied that, Evgeny? No. Never studied it.
Studied as to...
And I've never had it either. So either I've been very lucky or it's not that common. I think you score a lot more points if you study rook and pawn endgames in general.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
And studying rook and bishop against rook, and even though I looked at this many times, I still get confused because sometimes it goes round and you've got your Philidor's position. Philidor, we're talking about French players like...
Firouzja, Philidor...
Spassky. That's sometimes the setup is not exactly like it is in the diagram which you learn, and sometimes it's with the black piece, it's on the side or whatever, and there are certain techniques. It's very, very easy to get confused, but those should be studied. King, bishop and bishop against king and knight. If it occurs once in your entire career, you can count yourself lucky. But it never does any harm to look at these things. King, knight and knight against king and pawn. Have you studied that? No. Although I
used to remember the so-called Troitsky line, where the pawn...
Trotsky line. The Trotsky line, that's the pickaxe through the brain line. That was...
seriously, yes. So there are certain squares for every file, right, where the pawn has to be stopped in order for the position to be winning.
Yes.
But then it's so confusing still, even if you know it's a winning position and so on. And I remember, Nigel, there was a funny episode with this specific endgame, because in some open tournaments. So 2 players were playing that.
Yes.
And it was a winning position. And, well, let's assume, I don't remember the colors, let's assume white had 2 knights and black had, say, a pawn around b5.
Yes.
So blocked with a knight of b4, obviously. And it was a winning position, but it's not trivial, right?
No.
You have to use a knight and the king to, I don't know, to cage the king in the corner. And finally white manages.
Yes.
And, well, you know, the fatigue kicks in, and then to spend some time to calculate. So the knight from b4, say, goes to d5, and pawn goes to b4, and just on time. Yes. Somehow. So the pawns promotes, and it's a checkmate. So white plays knight d5, and black does something terrible. He goes king h7, h8. And then it turns out it's 50 moves without moving the pawn. So if black would have moved the pawn, which kind of objectively is the only chance, he would have lost. But he moves the king.
Okay. Draw
because of 50
so
moves. So
anyway, we're having some little discussions on endgames, not relevant to today. We perhaps may have more of these questions in later rounds of the World Cup when we have fewer games to deal with. But we've got a lot of games.
Yeah. Speaking of French players, Nigel.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Aljechin.
Etienne Bacrot.
Oh, yes. He's
against Ravi Hurrier.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Etienne, I think he won. He won game 1. We've
yes,
checked.
That's right.
So now
that's right.
Ravi will have to try to outplay higher-rated opponent with
so what
black
was this, an exchange
from the exchange French.
I'll be so happy if he wins. I will be so happy.
It's almost like Gurevich game, no?
Yeah.
You've talked about.
Yeah. I think you deserve to lose if you
need a draw and play the exchange French.
I think there is just. This is where the chess goddess, Kaiser, comes in.
Maybe you have a chance not to lose. If I can try to explain myself. If you get the exchange French from this moves order, then maybe you deserve not to lose.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's
D3
fair enough.
and D4, because God knows what to do against the Petrov. So maybe that's the best.
God knows there's nothing to do against the Petrov.
So maybe that's your best bet.
Yeah, that's okay.
But if you're such a coward that you're taking on D5 on move 3.
Yeah, if you're a coward like this, then it's... he's entitled to play what he wants.
Yeah.
We are jesting here, as usual.
No, but look, Nigel, I think since you've mentioned Aljechin, was it exactly the thing he was doing? I think one of those like Kappa Aljechin games. No,
yeah, it was the first game of the match. Of the match was it came via. D4, wasn't it? I can't remember. Anyway, it was an exchange variation, and then Capablanca lost horribly in that.
Yes, and knight to b5, f6. There's nothing wrong with it. Castles, and even the bishop was taken, but at least black might get some, I don't know, some squares.
Black should be, very often, black is just looking to exchange off the light squared bishops.
That's what he has done. H3, bishop f5.
Yeah.
And rook e1 and bishop takes d3.
Yeah. Because you can get an advantage here. And there is a point to this, because Etienne Bacrot has allowed this weakening on c4.
c4 square, yeah.
Which is, it's potentially relevant.
Right.
So I wouldn't be getting that excited from black's point of view. But it's not dead equal.
Yeah, that's what
there is a possibility of outplaying your opponent. And when you are outrated considerably, what is Bacrot's rating, by the way? It
must be 27 still.
It's a very decent rating. And I don't find him on the list. When you look for somebody, you never find him. And of course, I can't find him. Anyway, it's considerably higher than Ravi Harrier, and he's looking for something. He has to win. Mm-hmm. He absolutely has to win today. So you don't mind. You really don't mind if your opponent is playing in a somewhat craven manner. I think it's a bit cynical. He's trying to vacuum the pieces. He'll probably succeed.
Yeah.
But
that's the worst part.
That's the worst part of it. But with black, it's not that easy to win, and I wouldn't be dissatisfied with such a position.
Yeah, and you can, I don't know, consider knight f5, knight g6, something like moving the knight towards the king side, and structure on the queen side. Like if white, I go knight g6. If white goes b5, knight a5, and knight to c4.
Yes.
If white tries to play a5, kind of a5 first,
you play
then then you play a6, and you
absolutely
getting some light squares, and once again maybe this knight
wouldn't be dissatisfied.
Goes to d6,
yeah.
So there is almost a feeling like black's position is already somewhat more pleasant, but of course.
Interesting thing is, I'm seeing some comments
on
here on Firouzja is, according to that well-known pundit Mr. Stockfish. Have you heard of him? He's seems to be everywhere these days. All tournaments, Mr. Stockfish. He comes with his fancy ideas.
Yeah.
He is saying, and he's obsessed with
Firouzja's game.
Well, he's obsessed with numbers as well. He says it's Firouzja's down minus 2.6 or something like that, which is quite a lot. Did we get any more moves?
No.
Alas, not. So in a sense, these events. I'll just tell you one thing, and the great Israeli player Boris Gelfand has made a very good comment about these evaluations. That you often hear players, they say, well, I was +6 in this game, and I lost. And what it means, very often when they say I was +6 and I was up +6 and I lost, it means I can't calculate.
Yeah.
It was a complicated position. There was a winning opportunity here. I wasn't able to find it, and therefore I lost. And there are some very solid, stable positions where you are up, let's say, +2, and it is a dead certain win. It's an easy technical win. You will win it every single time. So the up +6 in a complicated position where you've got one way to find it.
Yeah, and sometimes it means nothing.
Yeah, it means nothing. Are you up to the struggle? Are you going to find it? And the answer is often not.
So that's the thing with people at home sometimes watching too much of this Mr. Stockfish evaluations. Because if you are not able to tell one from the other, is it like 2 connected passed pawns, extra passed pawns, which is maybe it's only +2, right?
Yeah.
But everyone knows how to win it.
Yes.
Or it's some ragged position with a lot of tactics, and yes, there is a way which wins the game, but go find it.
Right, so there are some other comments I'm getting. I'm trusting people are not pulling our legs. So Puya Idani is apparently sacrificing something.
Puya
And
Idani.
Van Foreest and who else do we have? Pichot.
Puya Idani won yesterday, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Well, where's he?
Oh yeah, so that's Alan Pichot against Saric.
Alan Pichot against Saric.
We're getting some tips. I'm relying on the good sense of the people in the commentary.
Yeah.
It's very nice because it's.
I'm struggling to find those games somehow.
We've got so many of them. Very, very tricky too.
No. Hopefully I'll.
Evgeny is scrolling away.
No, but really, Nigel.
Oh, it might
Could it be that I don't have all the games on the list?
That's possible. That's possible.
That's somewhat, I know. No,
I think we do have them.
Me being stupid, guys. Yeah. Saric for you.
Oh, wow. So it is a piece, isn't
Piece for black. And last move was knight to e5. Yeah.
All right.
And that's a funny. No, not exactly. I thought queen e2 after e6, which
okay.
also looked like knight d7, queen e2. But that's playable. That actually transposes to this line.
Okay.
Castles b5. There, you can actually play the g pawn 1 or 2 squares.
Oh right.
And then if b4 to get knight d5. Yeah. White played
like
a3 first,
yeah.
and then g4, and then king b1, so very modest for now. Bishop h4, g5. That's interesting. g5 captures a knight h7.
Okay, so...
Of course, I'm confusing something because I was never able to remember all those lines, but I remember looking at something like that, g5, just h5, and then some moves, but probably the queen was on b6, so it's another line. It's another line. Knight h7, bishop g3, h takes g5, and h4, and bishop g2, and knight f5, when nobody is asked for it.
Yeah, and that's what we like. You've got one piece hanging, so of course you put another piece on priest. That's normal.
Seriously,
but I think he's is he looking just to take on e5, because you probably have to blast your way through the center, don't you?
I mean, take and just take.
He'll play f6 and start running for the hills, but is that going to work? Probably.
That's what I thought. Could it be that I'm playing six bishop, but I don't see the follow-up, like knight d5 or knight d5. Probably with knight d5 that you'll be able to castle, like bishop g7, and I was thinking queen e4 or queen f3, but black can actually castle. That's a stupid rule.
Castling is stupid, but white's already castled.
Wait, knight b6. Some kind of...
Oh, you trickster.
Why I'm staring at it, because like I've never seen this working. I mean,
knight e7.
Knight e7 as well. No, but knight b6 works as well.
Knight e7 is
knight
good.
e7 works. Knight b6 works.
Oh, wow. Genius.
But then maybe there is some point to it, because that queen f3 and how they... I mean, it's once again a caveman thing. Knight f6 check.
Queen c6.
Queen c6.
Oh, knight c7.
Knight c7,
check. Whoa.
There are tricks. Now, you probably will have to play rook b8, Nigel. Probably will have to play rook b8 just to guard it.
Yes.
And then I don't know. I'm sorry, but then I don't know. And just so, okay, one more line for you. Knight f6, takes. Now, rook's hanging, pawn's hanging. So I'm planning to take on e5. You go knight g6. Then I'm playing this. And then how unfair The castle right is
no,
almost there, almost
that's
captured on e5, and then again castle, and this time short castle.
Yes.
And that's unfair. But it is an entertaining game, and thanks for mentioning it.
Yes. Yes.
What else was...
well, we've got lots of things.
No, but there was something even remembered but forgotten.
Spectators.
Yeah, you've said some name which I
so
thought...
Van Forest and Idani.
Idani, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are somewhat harder to spot. Idani, Idani with white against a player who some people call El Nino.
Right.
Yeah, for whatever reason.
Okay.
David Anton Guijaro. And that is Caro and his friend Khan.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Queen b6. After Jobava's game, remember I said there are two moves, h6 and h5. Apparently there are three moves.
Yes, you can do that.
g4 and knight c3 nevertheless, and h5. And now I'm ready to criticize Jobava because he went h6 and h5.
And he's done it in one move.
And here it's done in one move, yeah.
Quite right.
e6, queen c7, knight to f3, c3. So it turns out, so here he wasn't, Jobava gave a check, by the way, and forced white to play c3.
Okay.
Here it turns out white wants to play c3 voluntarily, believe it or not. b6.
Sponsors everyone.
c5, knight g5.
Oh, I like that.
And takes.
Wow. Whoa.
So your knight on a4 is kind of in trouble, so that's exactly why you sacrifice the other knight.
Yes.
And if... it's actually... There is no if, king e8, bishop g6 check.
Yes.
There is no if. Knight f6 forced. So what do you do here?
Well, we can...
so we can take
we can take... And then
and the knight on a4 is not hanging, because that's just check and
it's
rook
not
g1,
hanging at all.
Knight on a4 is not hanging, but e takes, g takes, and then black wants to somehow develop e7, bishop e7 or g7, who knows. So we could take, we could think of, well, probably bishop g5 is
that's a very interesting gambit.
Something to consider, or even bishop. Is bishop f4 a move?
No.
No.
Knight e4.
Knight e4. And there's no profitable discovered check. Yeah. No, but I thought that's like bishop g5 attacks this, right? And I thought if I'm on time to get the rook on g1. No, but that's the problem. So what I wanted, Nigel, is to develop the bishop to put the rook on g1 and somehow take on g7. But you cannot, bishop e7. This might be the move, but this is certainly not allowed by current FIDE rules. It can be changed. It can be changed, Because there was a question. I was told there was a question what we think about no castles. The Anand Kramnik match, you said already,
it's a possibility. I don't mind experimentation because these are historical rules of chess. I mean, castling, for the first 1,000 years of chess, castling didn't exist. 1,000 years of chess. So
for the first...
this is a historical reversion to the old rules, and it's the same with stalemate. It's simply going back to the old rules. This is not some shocking invention. This is how chess was for centuries. Centuries and centuries and centuries. That's why I don't have a problem with that. If you want to add 2 extra pieces, you play on a 10 by 10 board or something like that, you are messing around with the basic rules of chess. However, if you're going for no castling or stalemate being a win, you're not greatly altering the game. You're making it probably more exciting in a way, because in particular you are, according to Alpha Zero, you're more likely to get decisive results.
Yep. Yeah, that he said 1,000 years, and I think if we go back 1,000 years, the pieces would nearly all the pieces would move differently, right?
No,
knights and rooks were always the same.
Knights and rooks are the same. So if you look at some of these other chess variants, like have you ever played Burmese chess?
No.
Yeah, when I was in Burma, I got a board, and I've played Burmese chess, and the rooks and knights are the same. The king is moving in the same way as well. So, but it was the queen in particular that went in a very strange way, and the bishops have become a lot more powerful. So I think those are welcome developments, because the game becomes far more dynamic. But castling, it's an oddity. It's a very, very peculiar move. So I think it's all right to go back to that.
Okay. So it's not like we just go back to older and older rules. It's just we are trying to alter the game a little bit in order to have more chance to win. In order to get rid of the Grunfeld, let's be fair. Let's be honest.
Yeah, no castling.
No Grunfeld for you.
Yeah, the Grunfeld sucks, as the Americans say. It sucks. If you can't castle, black is in trouble. Unfortunately, the Berlin is still
around. It's still around. Yeah, you can't do much about Berlin.
Improved
Berlin. Yeah. Okay, speaking of Berlin, Alexander Motilov, a coach of Russian national team, right, has lost game 1 against Rinat Jumabayev, so he needs to win with white, and yet he faces the Berlin.
All right.
So, bad news, one might think. Okay, I mean, those games, we've seen quite a few on a high level, right?
Yes.
I think like Magnus played at least 10 with each color.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And Fabi and Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, somehow it's weird, because all this, now that I'm thinking, all those younger players, they seem to have different chess styles, and yet every one of them is playing Berlin.
Yeah.
6, bishop back.
Oh, Van Foreest. Did we see that? We ignored. Well, let's not bother with this. This is some quiet shuffling.
Quiet. Rook G1, King H1, Rook G1, Fischer.
Yeah, all right.
Fischer.
All right. Bobby Fischer against Ulf Anderson. Is that your idea? That's the famous game.
In what?
No, that was in a hedgehog. That was a little bit different.
Right, Van Foreest. Who's his opponent? I mean, maybe it's easier. I mean, he's got such a common name, Van Foreest, so that I cannot find him.
Okay.
He's playing against, or they just mentioned Van Foreest.
I've forgotten who he's playing.
Yeah, memory doesn't serve me well today.
Yeah, he's playing Druska. Druska.
Didn't make it any easier.
Yeah.
If only we would have I beg your pardon, but I need to show you this. Maxim Shelograph has won already before the first break. So draws are okay. If first game was a draw and then quick draw was okay. But no one apparently informed Maxim that he's not allowed to win that quickly.
Oh, right.
Might have involved some blunders, no?
Yeah, it looks like he's got to play. Let's have a look quickly through this.
So, E6, G3. And, you know, it is a move. It is a move, and I think your countryman Michael Adams has played quite a few games with this. I remember like picking it up, and when I've checked the database, there were quite a few games of Mickey.
What, with
G3, 3G3.
Yeah, that's the, what does he call that? It's kind of the turbo, I mean, sometimes it's a turbocharged King's Indian attack.
King's Indian attack, because you don't play D3, right?
Yeah, sometimes you can get away without that.
But yeah, but you also have quite a few original positions there.
Yeah, but this one is a transposition.
Queen E2, D5, ED5,
yes, that's
Knight
right.
D5.
Yeah,
and then castles, Bishop E7, Rook D1.
Yeah, that's one.
Rook D1. Whoa, but he's got in a bad position, I have to say. You'd be surprised, but I had a game like this, and my opponent went Bishop F6,
okay,
Knight C3, castles, Knight D4, and I was looking at him like, what do you do, dude? D4, and it turns out that here he has Knight F4.
Oh,
here he has Knight F4. So I didn't play D4.
Oh, that's tricky.
And with Knight on B1, you just take with the Rook.
Oh, there is something.
So he kind of loses two moves, but he has a trick.
He was deliberately looking like a patzer. In order to...
what do you do? I mean, you've lost two moves. D4 was already good.
Yeah.
D4 was already good, yeah. So that's a little bit funny.
Wicked.
Yeah. So, I mean, by the way, you don't lose still. You give a check on F6 and capture with the Rook on F4, but yeah.
Did we find Van Foreest? Yeah,
no, I didn't.
We didn't. Well, we didn't. Let's continue this game.
But that's already a result, yeah?
Let's get the result.
So
we'll come on to that.
Rook takes D4, and then, C4 is a big problem.
Mm-hmm.
Queen C7, C4, and Knight A3, and all of a sudden you are under some sort of like a Catalan pressure, right? So Bishop gets to F4, Knight to B5, everything's jumpy. Bishop F4 provokes E5. And
now C5,
Knight C8, Knight B5, like every single move makes it better and better for white.
So he's just been out prepared here completely.
Knight D5, Bishop E7, and Maxim didn't do it like same as you were saying about Bareev.
Yeah,
like
nothing.
Okay, good preparation perhaps, and then just Rook A to D, Rook D2, and Rook A to D1. Yeah, Rook D7, Knight F6 resigns because technically the material's still equal, but you just
resign. The B7 is dropping off, and the point being, can you go? The final position.
E4.
Yeah, probably Queen B5 is crushing.
Queen B5. Bishop F4 is. I mean, if you like to go to A8, go to A8. Wait. This as well. Just target that, take that.
Yeah, that's another one.
Anything.
Another one bites the dust.
Yeah. One for rest. I'll find him one day. He's hiding, but I'll find him one day. Yeah, here he is. A piece down, a piece down. But,
people here are commenting on Van Foreest's love life. They're saying he's romantic.
But why shall we look at his chest then?
Okay. Or perhaps that refers to his chess style.
Chess style.
Romantic style.
Right.
Yes.
What surprised me a great deal is, I think it was the last round of Vaikens before he had the tiebreak, because he was certainly very well prepared in that last game, and he blitzed out a piece sacrifice in the position that I would not suspect can be achieved on the board. So I mean, like a series of weird moves.
Yes.
Like really weird moves. unforcing, I mean, some sideline of a sideline.
Yes.
And then on move 15, for instance, the computer, I mean, and we were commentating, and we had the computer on, and computer suggests, okay, that's a piece sacrifice. And the guy plays it immediately. So apparently he was prepared in a sideline of a sideline. So sometimes I suspect all those brilliances, they come from preparation.
So that was the last round of FIDE. Is that the one where he won the game with a king march?
Yeah, yeah. You love your king march. We get it. We get it. Yeah, we get it.
H6.
Knight d5.
Van Foreest, obviously, a very talented player.
Rook b8 and f5. And black can barely move, right? Looks nice. Looks crushing, if you ask me. I wonder
can we bail out with bishop?
I wonder if e6 was the move. Can someone confirm on what black does after e6?
I've got e6 looks very strong.
Just winning. No, or some rook b. Is rook b? No, rook b5.
Rook b5, queen d6 doesn't matter.
Yeah. Check. You can't go to dark squares. Bishop d4 and rook f7, rook h7 is once again very, very standard way. Wait, and could it be that no, g6? Don't believe it.
No. What do you want? Queen e7, rook h1, then.
Queen e7, rook h1, bishop d4 if you want to be. If you want to be fancy, bishop. Anything, in fact, anything. It could be that f5 is equally strong, but the big question really, e6. Perhaps like there might be some way of returning the. I've got it, Nigel. I'm actually not threatening to take on d7. I'm threatening to take on f7 and h7. Yes, the bigger threat.
Yes,
the bigger threat is to take on h7. So f5, and now we'll try to do this, right? To
Queen e7 is the answer. That's why.
E6, Queen e7. So easy, and this is hanging. Yeah.
Does it work?
Of course. I have no clue.
Rook h7. I start to think about rook h7 when a guy does that.
Rook h7
probably doesn't work.
So that it's still bishop d4 or rook h1, yeah?
Bishop d4 I play there.
Yeah. That, it's a check.
And then I can't...
check, yeah?
Is that any good? No,
the queen takes.
Queen takes. Just about saves. And then f takes. He saves his posterior.
Does he?
Rook. Oh, yes.
Could be interesting. That Laska, you know. So first we grab that guy.
Torre Laska.
Then we take that guy. And then we think, and then we play g6, rook h7, double check.
Brilliant.
I don't know why I had to. I had to take the knight.
Brilliant, because otherwise there was
the knight f6.
That's extremely brilliant.
I don't believe any of that works, but that's a nice line anyway.
Some people have remarked that we're talking over each other. That's not true. We're just simply finishing off each other's sentences because neither of us can think in whole sentences. So we're just assisting each other. So don't worry about it.
Yeah.
F5, great. Well, it's all very good.
Yeah, so...
There was another move, rook h6 was also dangerous, by the way.
Rook h6 without just double, yeah.
It was strong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you for your suggestions. It's very good.
Suspect it was winning, like, with white to move, it was winning in few ways. That's the feeling. No. What's that? That's 2 pawns and a very strong attack. So maybe, like f5 looks like one of those moves that are winning, but maybe rook h6, maybe something else. Even e6 is not completely out of question. Right, I think we are getting to the point where we make a first break. But before that, a little announcement that one of the sponsors, Miroshnichenko, decided to give a special, how was it called? Brilliancy Award, right?
Oh, yes.
So, a platinum crown. I don't know if it's made out of platinum, but yeah, it's called such. Platinum Crown Award by Miroshnichenko for the best games of round 2, 3, and 4 separately. So in each round, best game in round 2, best game in round 3, best game in round 4 in both men and women tournaments. So 6 prizes altogether.
I have a sneaking suspicion we may have some more best game prizes to come, but I mean, I don't have information on that, but otherwise I suspect they would have awarded this thing for the whole event rather than for half the event. But that's very, very welcome. We all appreciate beauty.
Yep.
And this is a nice prize.
Right, and that means we'll have some additional job to do, because I believe you'll be on the jury to vote for the best game. All right, so let us make a short break and we'll be back.
We will indeed.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
So our guest this afternoon is top French player Maxime Vachier-Lagrève. Maxime, how are you? Could you take us a bit through your game today, please?
Yes, the game went really smoothly from the opening choice I made. I got a really big advantage early on, and then, when your position is good, all the moves are quite easy to find, and it just... I guess my opponents didn't put up the best resistance, but the position got really difficult for him really, really fast, and after I got my knight to d5, it was already essentially over.
It seemed to me, looking at the game, that after your move c5 and then rerouting your knight to d5, he didn't seem to have much chances in that position.
Yeah, it just looks so bad so quickly, and I guess once I force c5, the position is always favorable. I mean, I guess there were better ways to play it, but you need to be a computer basically to find the correct ways to defend and prolong the resistance. Otherwise, it's just too difficult to play this position as a human.
Okay, so how are things looking for the next round? Tomorrow you have a rest day because you don't have the tiebreak. And have you started thinking of the following opponent, or you just want to take it one game at a time?
No, I know that in the match, I'm playing the winner of Paravian versus Onishuk, and I know that Paravian won the first game with black. I looked briefly at the game today, but it was still in course. Of course, maybe I'll take some time to look at Paravian's games. I already did quite a bit of research on both opponents, but let's say that no Paravian is most likely opponent, so I will look a bit further.
Well, thanks a lot. Congratulations on your win today, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back. So we just had our little break there, and we're going straight to the world champion.
Straight to the world champion we go. Magnus Carlsen won game one, white in game two. Kind of a dream scenario. Let's see if his opponent has any chance.
Yes, and I guess that Magnus is going to open up the H file. That looks highly plausible, I would say. He's taken on. I played like a world champion for 1 nanosecond there. He has taken on G6, and that will be taken back, I imagine, with the H pawn, and he will hope he will not get checkmated.
Was the H pawn, you think?
Yeah. Yes, I think so. It's very often the case in similar openings like the dragon openings like that. You often take back with the F pawn, and he's taken with the H pawn because you're afraid that you're going to get checkmated on the H8 square, and clearly Martinovic is relying on the power of his fianchettoed bishop on G7, his elephant to defend his king position.
Yeah. Probably you are aware of those games in Dragon where sometimes they would sacrifice an exchange with black just to keep this bishop from the exchange. And then it would guard the king nicely. So even if, say, white somehow gets the queen to the H file and then gives a check on H7, it's still king F8 and
not yet.
Not yet the checkmate.
Not here.
Yeah, here it would end with
knight H6.
Okay, that doesn't make sense, but just to illustrate, knight H6 wins here because bishop H6 you actually checkmate from H8. Yeah, but the queen is not yet on the H file. The queen is not yet on the H file, and
He could prepare it. He could prepare it with G3. Is that too perverse? Probably is. Because I think black has a good defensive resource. If we were to try something like that with G3, for instance, black can always play F5, which would send white backpedaling after this, and he could quickly go on take the initiative with some moves like this. So I don't think this is such a bad position for Martinovic, to be honest. I think it's he has some chances to win this game. I mean, look, if you're playing black against Magnus Carlsen, you normally think
not a single chance. Yeah.
Basically, I'm completely busted. I'm not going to come back in this match. But if you have a position like this, it could happen. Yeah. It's not out of the question.
Magnus has played a 4.
I'm not saying that to artificially try and generate some interest in this game. I sincerely believe that it's as good a position as he's perhaps going to get, in that that he could, as good a position as he could hope for, in that it's complicated. He's not getting mated just yet, and he does have some threats. Potential threats. Knight b4 is an interesting move.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit off working towards the inputting the results of the first round, so that we can.
No problem with that.
Yeah.
So there is a request for the Mamadyarov. Why? Sorry.
Because he sacrificed the pawn, and guess what? He's down a pawn.
Right, okay. Sorry,
that's what happened.
Sorry, this is the problem when you get some... Enrique, I suspect, might be a Brazilian player. You're very welcome to look at those on your own. We have a lot of games today. So, okay, white has an extra pawn, but not a big deal.
Yeah, so d3, like, always weak.
Yes.
And the only question is...
Queen a4.
If black is playing for a win here, is there a scenario where black plays for a win? Probably not, yeah?
Queen a4.
Because that would involve me taking on d3 and not exchanging on c3 somehow. Yeah, like c5. White's move. White plays some queen a4 indeed, and then
queen b5.
Can go queen b5. Maybe he's playing for a loss. Black. I mean, maybe he has to be careful, really.
And the first round was a draw, in fact. So interesting. Perhaps I was a little harsh with my commentary there. That yes, indeed. that Krikor could be pressing with this move. Hasn't played Queen A4 yet. Did we have a look at Volodar
Muzin?
Yeah, who we looked at. We spent a lot of time looking at his games
In the first round,
Yeah, the first round, very tough
So
battle.
this time he's
Yeah.
playing with. Can you see him? Artemiev. So that's kind of a Russian derby. And
Yeah.
I think first
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
What was first? Was it a
Yeah.
draw? First game,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. It's very
Artemiev.
American pronunciation.
What?
In England, we say derby.
Derby.
Yeah.
Okay. Derby.
You're allowed to
Derby
have. You're
books.
allowed to have
Australian pronunciation.
You're allowed to have American pronunciation.
If you want me to try Russian pronunciation, I don't think, Nigel, the broadcast will benefit.
That's
So
very good.
bear with me.
Stick with it. I love that, Evgeny.
Okay, so what's that? What's that? It's sent. Actually, that was once was a line which was considered to be no good, right? Is that right?
For somebody.
For black?
Oh,
no?
really?
For black, because you were supposed to take it. I mean, take on c4 earlier, no? Bishop d6, knight c3, or at least here, like take on c4.
Why?
Because
You're-
now e4, and you would take, of course, and take, and take, and take, and you would go e5, and you'll have a position pawn down at the very
down,
end.
which people were very excited to play with black for reasons I never understood.
Yeah.
Did you understand that?
No, not at
You
all.
never
Not at all.
understood
No, I actually, interestingly, I had this one, believe it or not, with white pawn on a3.
Ah, yes.
So
that
there
makes-
is the
that
line
make-
like
that makes sense.
like
That makes more sense.
black goes bishop b4 at some point, and after
Yes.
a3 goes to
Yeah,
d6,
because that's
and it's much easier to make a draw.
pawn weakness there.
It's much easier to make a draw this way. So after e5, let me just show what. Yeah, so now queen h5 doesn't win because of f5. So they would go bishop h7, queen h5, king goes, queen e5, and I guess especially with the pawn on a3, queen d3 offers decent chances
Yes, that's right.
for a draw.
Absolutely.
But yeah, okay, let's go back.
That's a different story.
Let's go back to, So he captures here, he goes e5, and that was somehow, it's almost like anti-Meran variation with queen on c2,
Yes.
but without the queen on c2. So instead of queen c2, white actually played a good move.
Yes.
So queen usually is not...
So bishop g5.
Bishop
is-
g5,
yes.
rook e1.
I've got a feel. I think I maybe even played this.
So you mean it might be
Yeah.
still some sort of a theory, right?
Yeah.
h6, knight f8, and so they want to
Yeah.
play knight g6 and
Yeah.
kind of get rid of this, one might argue, annoying pin. D takes, B takes, queen c2, knight d2, bishop goes here, h5, h4,
Oh, wow.
h3,
Yes.
h4,
Oh, well.
some fight.
Bishop
Yeah.
in-
And bishop
no,
h5 is an
yes,
interesting
that's,
move.
That's a nice
So
move.
keeps the
Yeah,
d1 under control, yeah?
yeah, that's a combative move, I would say.
You mean he could...
Yeah, well, he could go somewhere, but you put it on h5, it could be poorly placed, but on the other hand, it could be excellently placed on
It's like
h5.
you indicate, I want
Yeah.
something from you. I
Yeah.
don't want to trade with
Yeah,
you.
I'm not just going to play some tedious position there. I'm going to
Bishop
play
h5.
ambitiously.
So
It could potentially. The reason why I make that comment is if we just strategically look at the position after white plays f3. I'm not suggesting this is the right move, but look at the position of Bertie the bishop
on
on
h5.
5. he is awkwardly placed there, and it takes a long time to get back into the game.
Yeah, and I would argue that not only the bishop itself is misplaced, but say the bishop is misplaced on h7, but at least I can play knight h5, and here it's also an obstacle for that's like relocating the f6 knight.
The downside of this particular move
f3
is that it f3 is that it weakens the dark squares around
also
the
diagonal,
king, and the bishop can come and give a check and so on. But does it matter?
Oh wait, maybe it does. Maybe that's the idea. So to go here, here, because if I trade those guys, the dark square bishops, then indeed the it's So we go here.
Can we continue?
Yeah, we continue.
I'll go rook d1.
d1, okay. And you go bishop g1.
Bishop g1. So I'm playing like a positional genius.
Yeah.
Or not.
And I'm playing like a King's Indian player. I mean, I don't care about positional factors. I'll just checkmate you.
You're going to, because after knight e2, you will then play knight takes h3.
I'll take some.
Take that rook takes
take that.
I will take your rook, and then you'll go here and hack him out, and that's not good.
No, but that's indeed it's a very tricky position, and maybe White has to be a bit more careful with that one. Yeah,
yes, one does need to be a little more circumspect with White and not. One could do this. One could bishop
f1 to play knight, or even
No,
we don't want to exchange Bertie the bishop.
No. How about if we put the king on h1? Is that out of the question?
Not at all. Not at all. Play king h1 and wait for black to reveal his intentions. Yeah, okay, maybe bishop c5 still.
Now
because
I play knight b3.
So now you have knight b3, the bishop's attacked, and f2 is protected, right?
Yes.
If
and
bishop b6, knight a4.
And I molest your bishop on
that, and then
now f3.
And now f3.
And I claim an advantage, but it's not that. It's not.
I mean, you claim some squares on the queen side. That's for certain. Yeah.
Not totally clear, I must admit, but not absurd either.
No, but
so that's a sort of strategic fight.
It's a very tense position indeed. Yeah. Evgeny Tomaszewski just finished his game. He has won.
Okay, and how did he do?
No, sorry, wrong. Is it? Yeah.
And what was I can't remember what happened in the first round. So we've got
Tomaszewski. He has pretty long names, so easy to identify. He won game one as well.
So he is through comfortably.
Yep.
So the Indian, I'm not going to say the Indian streak. That's probably the right word. Has been broken because, as I mentioned previously, I had mentioned previously that there were 12 Indians, men and women, who made it here to Sochi in Russia.
Let me do it.
And all 12 of them made it through to the second round, which is quite an achievement.
Yeah.
Not all of them are going through to the third
round three.
Round three.
So Tomaszewski wins. Svidler just finished in a draw, so he didn't win 2-0, but he has won the match.
He's won the match. He's done his job. What is Peter Svidler famous for?
Famous for his Twitter account.
His Twitter account.
Or
some people may know Peter Svidler as the 8 times Russian champion, and Russia is not such a weak chess nation. I believe it does have a little bit of chess history. So, one could possibly win the Russian championship once by a fluke.
By a fluke, yeah. But
8 times.
8 times means, the guy knows something.
I suspect he does know a little bit about chess. So some people know him as that. I, of course, know him as Russia's foremost expert on cricket.
Yeah. I think he was offered to write a column on cricket, in Russia. So Russian Cricket Federation, which isn't, let's say, the prominent cricket nation, unlike chess. They've contacted Peter and asked him if he could.
He should do that, yeah.
Right, trying to keep up with the scores. I think young Krzysztof...
I'm showing how disciplined I am today because England are playing today and I haven't even looked at the scores.
All right. And we have first tiebreak confirmed, Nigel.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so 2 draws for Vidit against Fear. And that's it. Vidit, Alexander, Fear, Brazil actually is going strong.
Yes.
So it's him and also Mkhitaryan, unlikely to lose against Mamedyarov, so they both will go to the tiebreak.
So Brazil is doing well. It's apparently not only football, they appear to be able to play chess as well.
Right. And what do we do next? There have been some sharp games. I remember people were shouting out in the chat. But before that, I've recalled our friend Jabava was struggling.
Gosh.
At least his knight is no longer on a6. That's good news. Bad news, his position is not a good position to be in.
Yeah.
So, Queen c7. Remember our thinking process. We wanted the rook out. Then we
wanted
thought
h5.
Wanted to take. Then we wanted to play knight b2. And
what did he do?
Knight b2.
We got there.
We got there. Not on the first try, but we got there.
That was logical deduction. That's actually how you arrive at these moves.
Yeah, really.
No,
because somehow that's an absolutely serious comment. Like somehow, at first, it didn't cross our mind. Like this maneuver from a4 to f4, and then I suggested probably a stupid move to take the knight, but then you need the follow-up, and then you realize, you can move the knight to b2, and then stop. But why do we take the knight on a6, which is a stupid animal, right? And we play knight b2, and that's exactly what Shankland did. And here. And bishop is on d3. Probably better placed than on g4, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Queen e2. And he eventually captured on f5, bishop e7.
And that's an interesting choice.
The castle's short.
Castle's short. I mean, some people would be hesitant about that, but
on the other hand,
there is no way that...
What do you do? Like AB4 is...
AB4 is a threat, so white needs to connect his rooks.
So you could argue some rook b1 and play this and this. Okay, that's a possibility.
But this illegal move, castling...
makes it faster that you connect the rooks, and then...
That's kind of two moves at once. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be allowed to make 2 moves at once.
Yeah, that's actually one of the rules that I've never got never understood the importance of it. The thing that you have to start castle with the king and only play it with one hand.
You're from the old Soviet school.
No, not the Soviet school. Yeah, I know that back then it was allowed
back in the day. Yes.
No, Nigel, but logically, if either you remove the castle, which I will be fine with, or that's perhaps the only move in chess that requires two hands, to allow people to use two hands. So there won't be any scandals like, he touched the king first or he touched the rook first.
Okay.
So
I'm not in agreement with
No.
you, Evgeny, but anyway.
What's there? A draw on...
Someone has to tell Nigel Short that Enrique Mecking was third in the world. I'm very well aware of that. Indeed,
Oh, yeah.
I've even played him a couple of times.
Yes, so
Mecking.
Mamit Yarov makes
Have
a
you
draw
played-
and
have you-
goes to tiebreak.
Have you played Mecking?
Mecking? No.
Yeah.
And I don't think I had a chance.
Yes.
No,
I played.
no.
I played him in
No, no.
Basna in Romania, and I also played him in Vaikanze. So I'm very familiar with Enrique Mecking. Very talented player, indeed one of the leading players in the world.
Speaking of...
Both games were drawn, by the way.
Uh-huh.
I played him in an old man's tournament.
Old man's tournament,
in,
Basna.
in Romania.
Not long ago then, because you're...
Yeah, well, I know it was a while ago because I was considered to be a dinosaur at 40. You reach 40, you're practically at death's door. So, yeah, Brazil is doing well.
Yeah, so
Doing fine. They're going to the playoffs.
Yep. So 2 tiebreaks confirmed, yeah?
Against significantly higher rated opponents.
We have more results. Sarana Kovalev. It's actually a 3rd tiebreak, which happened like a long time ago, yeah.
Okay.
Tsai and Oparin. Oparin makes a 4. Okay.
So Sam Shankland is in excellent shape, but not totally clear how he's going to break through. I just want to talk about the features of this position. In particular, Bertie the bishop on e6 is a miserable defensive piece. So it's not that easy for Sam Shankland to break through, but he holds all the trumps in this position.
Yeah. I mean, one of the ways, I think, is just to annoy your opponent to death, basically. So you just...
You
play like a
king up. And,
useful or semi-useful moves and wait for your...
Yes.
Because it's much harder for black to play...
And, okay, white's rook on e1, as yet, is not doing that much.
Yeah. So you can do this...
and rook h1, and you start to threaten h6, which is softening up the position, breaking through. Once you begin to get your rook into the game, you're doing very well. And should black go the other way, i.e. bring his queen over to h8 to stop it...
Yeah, then you'll go to the open file over there.
You'll seize the newly vacated a file.
Yeah, and it's not only the bishop, which is... immobility here, but you can't move the rook either, right? I mean, g7 is the problem. Moving the knight might be not in your best interest because
it's very close to... I mean...
maybe you can get away with it, actually. Right?
You could possibly get away with it.
Rook f7 and...
I think that was premature.
Maybe you shouldn't capture.
You're just getting a little bit excited. Black's not doing anything.
Yeah, but knight e8 on the other hand, what does it do?
Yeah, you play king g2. We'll go back to your... You can even
do
consider
some funny stuff, like maybe knight from f8.
Just try and get the rook into the game.
Go here and knight f8. It's actually so miserably placed, all those guys. Yeah, so Jabava is in trouble. That's for sure.
Some other... There are some other very good Brazilian players from my era. Gilberto Milos was one. Raphael Leitao, and so on. There are plenty of strong players. So, and we have a couple of very good representatives here. So what happened in this
match?
Yes,
Martirosyan has won game 1, so he wins the match, and I just clicked randomly and thought maybe that's an instructive moment in this game. Bishop e3, f5, f4, and here. So the bishop c3 exchange.
Yes, these ideas are, I mean, they're known from Tigran Vartanovich Petrosyan.
Yep.
So, I mean, as an Armenian, I'm sure he's at least heard of this player, that much. And so he will be very familiar with this idea.
Yeah, so
and once upon a time, this was considered to be a very, very brilliant move. And I think views on this exchange have been changing. We had a game, oh my goodness, Magnus Carlsen was black against, what's he called, the young German player, whose name somebody will tell me in the chat. Yeah, it was the same idea, but it's very, very difficult for White to make any progress for Black to make progress if White just rearranges his forces.
Yeah.
And I think these positions are probably slightly favourable to White.
Anyway, yeah. So it's
Vincent Kamer is the guy. Yeah, exactly.
So
a young, very promising young player. He had a game against Magnus Carlsen from this structure. I don't remember the exact position, but I remember the structure. Yeah, thank you very much for your comments.
Yeah. More and more results I'm getting. Yeah. So that was purely defensive, right? You take on c3, you avoid, say, this bishop can no longer.
Yes, that's right. That's
no longer go to the long diagonal.
So let's make a few moves. So White makes some very sensible
Queen
maneuver.
to e1, knight to d1. So this goes here, and the knight goes to e3.
And the knight goes to its ideal square, blockading this protected pass pawn, which once upon a time people used to care about protected pass pawns.
This, and White doesn't mind repeating because he has won game 1.
Yes.
Queen e1, and then he plays h3. Knight has to leave. Knight e3. White is in full control. Think objectively, Nigel, it's much better for White because I believe he can prepare g4.
Yeah, g4 is the way to win this position with White.
But he probably doesn't need to win. Yeah?
In fact, as I recall, Vincent Kamer, he got in some g4 maneuvers and I had an excellent position against Magnus Carlsen. I think he outplayed Magnus Carlsen, but then went down, and he's not the first person to go down against
Magnus. Yeah, that's...
it's not enough to have a good position. You also have to continue to play very well.
Speaking of Magnus, does Black have a good position here? You know what? It looks he does. Could it be that Magnus is in a bit of a trouble because no longer White has any attack?
I said, did I not tell you that this is a position that, look, if you're massively outrated against Magnus Carlsen,
Yeah.
And you've got to win with black in the second game. Be happy if you get a position like this.
Right.
I'm not saying he's going to win. Yeah, I'm not saying that at all. F5 is a good move because he wants knight h6 check. Mm-hmm. So maybe Magnus is doing well.
And
he does tend to be a good player.
Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. So
yeah, that's a real problem. Yeah.
Check.
So he hasn't quite got it right.
Can he ever take on h6
and play queen f4?
And play queen f4. Yeah. Yeah, I'm afraid if Magnus switches to, like, let's make a draw mode, he can take go rook f1 and won't lose. Pawn down, but too many weaknesses, right? But of course he doesn't, or maybe he does need to. I just realized that h6 is hanging.
It's not that easy. So takes.
Rook
f1. D3 could be played. It's interesting.
D3.
Possibly.
Yeah.
No, why not?
I mean, black is
better,
you can take with the rook.
Black is better here.
The trick is that you can take with the rook.
Take with the rook. Black is better. You know, you may be able to make you may be able to make a draw. I don't know, but
yeah. So maybe that's the way to play, because otherwise
it's counterintuitive. By the way, this sort of bishop. I mean, you get so fixated on
this bishop being good and
preserving your elephant on g7, and when you get a chance, and normally it's a very, very bad idea to give it away, but this is a moment where you can exchange queens. Oh, somebody's saying that Firouzja
is going down. No?
Suffering.
Whoa. That was this.
And the first game was drawn.
Yeah.
I don't know
Bishop
whether
d8
this is right
was the
trust.
Bishop d8 was the move we had seen, and then Queen d3. Somehow, I don't know if Queen d3 was the best. Okay.
There is a question of why we're not displaying the engine evaluation as a sidebar. You can get engine evaluations anywhere. So we are trying to use our brain just as these players are in the game. They don't have engines available to them. So if you want to check for full accuracy, one can do that. But we believe there is a value to thinking like a human being, because ultimately that's what chess comes down to. Unless you're going to strap your iPhone to your leg and consult it when you visit the bathroom, as some people have done.
There have been examples of that, yeah.
There have been examples of that. Then really the engine evaluation is not of any great relevance when you're playing the game. So that's an approach. If you want to check it with an engine, you're very welcome to do so, encouraged to do so, but that's not what we're doing.
All right, so people are claiming Firouzja is in trouble, right? Because now I'm no longer certain about that.
That he's in
that he's in trouble. Yeah, it's black to move.
Well, it's a question of whether you're getting your queen trapped.
Could he capture this one?
Oh yeah, that might have been very strong.
That's
very strong.
It's not like, it's not a surprise move. It looks very natural. So there must have been a reason he went rook d3. And honestly, here I don't see what's the big problem for white. Probably none.
None.
So that means
None.
rook d3 is an attempt to play a better move than, which
Apparently.
is... Yeah.
Apparently.
So knight...
Unless he can trap the queen.
Yeah, he probably tries to trap the queen. That's
so,
what I
so
thought.
knight somewhere, not to...
a3
Let's
maybe?
go to a3. No, I want c3 as a move, and I want to try
so
and...
c3 and
I want
rook
rook
e3.
That's my
and
idea.
queen g1.
And then-
and even so, you know, okay,
Queen g3.
pass
Rook e3.
here,
Okay, queen g3.
queen g3. But it takes you
It takes me...
some time,
it
yeah?
takes me
and
some time.
only
Yeah.
then rook f1.
But then I take your queen and you resign.
Okay, fair
Which
enough.
would be a blow if I took your queen.
Knight a3 played. So let's see. c3. Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps c3 is what you want. But knowing it's Firouzja, I suspect he has some plan, you know.
Yes.
He's known to be gifted tactically.
Yes, he's extremely gifted. I think c3 is...
Yes,
He's got to
C3
go
looks-
c3 because I don't see what's the... He's,
A rook d2, but then rook d2, rook f1 is the faster way of doing the
because-
same. But
no,
then
no,
there
no,
will
it's-
be some
no.
queen d2, rook c2 thing, yeah?
I don't
no,
get it.
h4 is hanging. Yeah, sorry.
h4 is hanging.
Ah, so
I
this-
haven't understood it.
Queen e3, exchange the queen. but that's
Queen g4 and then
queen g4, rook e2. But that's, once again, that's
slow.
That's
So his
slow.
idea is maybe queen g4 and then rook f1.
Yeah. C2 is well protected. There are two
Yeah,
rooks
yeah.
guarding c2.
Yeah, and the problem is that what black, in order to thwart that particular idea with this rook e2, queen g4 and so on, you would think about a move like b4, but then you've cut off the retreat of Her Majesty.
And then rook e2.
Yes, and then.
Well, actually, that's a diagonal, right?
That is a diagonal. Yeah.
I wonder if after b4, for example, can I just? I mean, maybe I don't have such, such
you
plans
don't
as
need
trapping the queen, but like if we trade, I know here you're able to defend, yeah. Knight b5, knight comes to b5.
Yeah.
I like your c3 better, Nigel. I like your c3.
Yes. Apparently f6 was incredibly strong.
Yeah.
Which is not a big surprise.
Anish has won.
Okay.
So not only he wins, but he wins 2-0.
Okay.
Don't know why.
You seem to be
Just one.
just
one. Knight h4 and check on c1 after queen goes away.
Yes, that's it. So it's matey stuff.
Yeah.
So how did he win this?
That was boring Catalan. Yeah,
It was a boring Catalan.
And
So
because white needed to win, so it started here like f5, and then normally what you do, you play e3,
and then you just
like
shuffle around.
100 moves of shuffling around here and there, waiting for black to kind of create a little weakness, and it started with e5, f5, e5, and it's not necessarily a bad move, but it kind of shows that the game's very sharp, and then of course black can win. Yeah, knight h5, by the way, it's a nice move, identifying the weakness of an f4 square. Knight h5, knight f4, rook a3.
Yeah, nice. Swing it over.
Yeah. Bishop a4, and this is
wow.
nice, and then b5, yeah? Bishop
wow.
a4, queen
That's
a4, b5.
Yeah.
and takes,
There's
and
also-
takes, and knight e5. And
Oh, yes.
two knights
Oh,
like
yes.
that, and the bishop on g2 is not your favorite bishop.
I seem to remember some
Brilliant.
game of Karpov and Tukmakov or something with those knights like that.
Queen g5. Knight on d3 to cut off the rook,
Yeah.
so that rook is not
Yeah.
swinging to g3. Knight g3, c5. I think, yeah, it looks like Anish played a very good game. I mean, of course, it has to be checked with the engine if
Yeah,
there was
yes, yeah.
But from the looks of it, it looked
Yes,
pretty nice.
he can play good chess, you know. It's
C takes,
not the first time.
check, and rook c8.
Yeah,
and-
that's very nice. With knight h4 and a sort of back. So just show us again.
yeah, so queen
So-
goes to a5, knight
Which
h4. You
four-
can go here.
But that you get mated in one move. Yes,
This.
you do.
Wait a second.
And then,
It's not a checkmate. The knight goes back.
but
so
D.
maybe the reason is that,
D-
that black
D-
just being boring goes.
Yes.
Or maybe no check, knight f1, then the rook's here. D2, rook d1. Why the hell he resigned, Nigel? I mean, we had such a nice theory of why it's lost. No, I mean, it is probably lost.
I'm sure it's lost, but we haven't quite understood it because we are simpletons.
That's how you do it. This, you return back, protect the rook, force the knight to go back, and
Yes,
then you
very
play d2.
nice. Yeah, that's it. That's not difficult, actually.
Yeah.
I think even we would have found that in the game.
There's a fair chance.
Yeah. I mean, we're not that weak.
Okay, more results. Yes.
After another couple of coffees, we would have found that. And a cigarette in your case.
Duda made a draw, but qualified. Dubov. There is a player whose name is Daniil Dubov, and he's playing with.
Somebody's suggesting
yeah.
that Krasenkov
He's winning.
has played something wild. I don't know.
He used to be known for that. I don't know.
Is that right?
I think he
Yeah.
was a very sharp attacking player.
Yeah.
Played something wild. Okay, this doesn't look white just yet. Looks nice for white, perhaps. It's kind of the knight on d6
Yeah, okay.
is a little
Keep
bit
going.
more active than the knight on d5. But yeah, what's wild? happened?
Oh, it's coming. The wildness is coming.
Yeah, rook h4. And that's the moment you realize what's going to happen to you after rook h4. And, like, what? f6. And he takes. And queen c7. Okay, he did something wild. The question is how efficient it is, if any. What's the follow-up to that? Is there any follow-up to that?
Queen takes f6, for example.
And 4 passed pawns.
Yeah, and now the problem, I think, is rook takes d6.
Is it a problem? Rook f6, takes, yeah?
I don't know whether it's a problem. I mean, it's difficult for you to...
To checkmate after that,
to give
I mean, can give a lot of checks, that's I'm
maybe
sure.
Queen g5 is good.
Okay, that's a perpetual,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Queen g6
Yeah.
perpetual. Queen g5, okay, go to h file.
Oh no, queen
e5, so I can't
actually,
go
he has
here.
a problem
Yeah,
there.
okay, it has a problem. Here it's bishop
Because
e4, so I need to go to f8,
And
queen
then
f4, king e7, and then
Looks a little bit hairy.
I might survive there. Might survive.
Yeah, could be. Could be.
Because rook e1, knight d3, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Always has the perpetual. Yeah, maybe that.
Interesting. Tense game.
That's a tense game, yeah.
We like it.
And what happened game one? Don't see it. Could it be on yours?
Sorry, game 1, Magnus? What do you...
No, game 1 in this match.
Oh, right. Yes.
Draw. It was a draw.
It was a draw. So it's...
So if he wins, he wins. If he loses, he loses.
Yeah,
That's...
it's all guns blazing, basically. And maybe... I'm starting to think... is Rook D4 a move as well?
Yeah,
I'm just wondering
that's
whether...
what I'm... However, Rook G4 is not an option
Rook H
yet, right?
Rook,
so maybe... I mean, if I was...
take with the pawn. I take with the pawn.
Yeah, if I was...
and now check. And I give you a check on G6.
Check on G6.
And check on F6.
And I'm crawling.
And...
It's hard.
Who knows?
It's hard.
Rook H4, is that possible?
Yeah, it's a lot of like Rook H4 is the try, but even Queen of...
Check and Queen E7.
Yeah.
Rook D6, check and Queen E7 looks like a good response.
Rook D4, Rook takes... Yeah. Looks exciting, but it might not be, it might be not more than a perpetual check, yeah. Or he'll find something brilliant.
So apparently Alan Pichot beats Ivan Saric in a fantastic game. That's what the claim is down on board 60 or somewhere
he has won already.
So
remember that's the one we were discussing.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
And he did follow.
And the first game was what happened in the first? Oh gosh, what happened? Board 60.
Check. Draw.
So that's it.
That's it. So Alan qualifies to round 3.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Took
on E5.
So he
played
did
Queen E3.
Yeah, and so very calm. He's saying, okay, I'm a piece down, but I've got very good positional play.
G5.
So smashing through.
F6. And wants to take this one.
Yeah.
Bishop F6. Bishop F6 looks like giving it up.
And
Rook G6, Queen G5 once again.
Yes, that's just game over.
King G7, Knight F6, Rook H6, and those are always eye-pleasing. I mean, it moves like Knight E8 with a check. King G8 and Queen to G5.
Very, very nice play. Very nice play indeed. And maybe you can point out what happens to Rook G6.
I don't know, Nigel.
Rook takes...
Rook F8, Queen...
Rook F8 is good enough. Takes, Queen takes, and after taking here, Rook F1, King E7.
Still, yeah.
And Rook F7 check will
suffice.
Will suffice if there's not a mate. That winning a
Queen
Queen
F7. Queen F7 is an alternative because
maybe even
might
mating. I don't know.
Might be a checkmate. Yeah. Nice game. Yeah, looks like a very nice game. Wait, what's that? Evgeny Bareev, by the way, is a pawn up. Remember, he needs to win. It's a boring position, so I'm not gonna, not gonna stop on this for a while. But just that the old man, as you put it, has a chance to come back.
He does.
An extra pawn, and also the end game.
How is? Oh yeah, there's a little point here, because Rook B8. Oh no, sorry, I was going to blunder with Rook takes A7, but that's not so. Yeah, how do you meet that? That's the real question.
So B2 saying Rook C2, nah.
I wanted.
So you wanted to take, and then when he takes Knight A4,
and now,
but then Rook A2 and the Rook
because the Rook has ventured too far.
I mean, you're still a pawn up, Nigel. Rook f7.
Yeah, one could do that. And even
You're probably not winning this one. But,
yeah.
But maybe some chance.
But there are other moves as well. I mean, one could play bishop f1, for instance, instead.
After rook b8,
rook b8, you could just...
Yeah, so he has a chance.
Zhenya, he's...
yeah, rook b8.
He's in with a chance. This is his typical old man chess, which we old men approve of.
And right next to him, Alexander Motilev also needs to win with white. That's something...
Well,
something nice. White has attack, and black has attack.
Or black has attack.
Yeah, so
it looks more like black has attacked to me.
So there was... It was black's decision to open the G file, yeah? I'm still not
so knight g3
entirely convinced.
So knight g3?
There's also this. I mean, and bishop c3. I understand it probably fails tactically to something, but at least that's, something you'd attempt to do, no? Bishop c3.
Rook d4.
Rook d4. Yeah. It's like, rook d4. Rook e4 is something I want to play. And it probably doesn't work, but yeah, rook d4, of course, is a big move. And obviously knight f5, queen f5, yeah?
That's quite a diagonal, isn't it?
Yeah, the bishop on b7.
Very nice stuff.
It's interesting so that when they take... They claim to be playing against this bishop. They say, and
really?
some people even they play h3 to prevent bishop from g4. They claim this bishop to be bad
because he's played against Magarante.
He's played against Magarante.
45 minutes with somebody who tested positive. I think his test is tomorrow. I think there is one of those things. I'm not an expert on this. I haven't had COVID, but I think. The virus takes 2 or 3 days to express itself, at least in terms of the laboratory tests. So I think he will get a test tomorrow, and that will appear before the next round. So that's to... I think satisfactorily answer that question.
All right, so let's check Magnus, maybe? Because in this, it's an exciting position, but that's why White's thinking he's got quite some time. So let's check what Magnus is doing.
Magnus is not going to lose.
He's not going to lose, which is... f5, so black decided to play knight e3. He kept his bishop on g7, the elephant.
He kept his elephant.
Yeah, but rook e2, c3.
Looked like he was doing okay, but...
Knight d2, was that blundered?
Maybe missed something like this. Yeah, that's very
And knight f1, and somehow you see this...
Yeah, he missed it. He missed it, I will bet. Because this neutralizes any play that black...
And rook h5.
And even here, he's not going to let Freddie, the f-pawn, run up the board.
I've got to say, if anyone, it's white who can because those are... somewhat uncomfortable. You probably have to play a move like king f8 or f6, none of which look attractive. Yeah, king f8, and then say white pushes it.
Yeah, he's going to push his a pawn.
Some point knight d6, b6, knight
maybe
a6.
a4, a5. He gets his pawns running up the board, and
with
this
the king.
If I had to bet. I'd say a draw ought to be the more likely result. However, it's Magnus Carlsen. You get this position against Magnus Carlsen, you're still not even sure that you're going to make a draw here.
Yeah, okay. Black played bishop f8, which probably is probably a better move, right? At least not letting the knight to d6.
Yes.
Yeah, but Magnus will comfortably go into the next round. That we can. We can say for sure.
I think he's going to play a4 here and just advance. Starts pushing these pawns on the queen side, but at the end of the day, he's played a4. So I think Magnus will definitely be looking for a win. I have no doubt about that. He's not one of those players who is looking for a draw. And I know what the issue is. I was talking to Magnus's father, Henrik, about this, and he did speak about the problem of playing someone who is significantly lower rated than you, that you really have to try and win in order to maintain your rating. So it is a Magnus position. There is no player in the world who plays these positions so well. Not currently. Anyway. So I think we can say, as you mentioned, it's highly likely that Magnus will go through to the next round, and fairly comfortably. One can even play b4. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can even do that. I prefer just to push the pawn to a5.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can even advance.
Yeah. Well, I think what's kind of another angle to look at this situation from is that Black wants to, okay, I don't know if he wants, but needs to win under the circumstances, right?
Yes.
If it's slightly worse position that you have to play for a win.
Well, look, the only way you're ever going to win this position is if you get Freddie moving.
So like this and then F5
this is
and
his
so on.
idea. He wants to get Freddie going. But a5 is annoying because he wants to nail down that pawn on b7. So, for example,
King F7?
were King f7 to happen, knight d4 could be quite annoying because King g6
and
rook b5. And there we would see the point of this a4, a5 maneuver.
Like
you can get this one going, but you know, we take on
do
b7.
we?
Yeah, we do.
We take.
We do.
But then bishop c5, and maybe he's fighting because, like,
Possibly he's
allowing exchange on d4 is not something you want to do, right? And if knight e6, bishop e3...
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether we could play...
Freddie's dangerous, right?
Yeah.
So b4 here, or...
I mean, b4 is... Yeah, but that cuts off your own king, so not quite so simple.
I was thinking if b4 is the move here, but then Black can play bishop g7. And
let's go back. Let's try and be smart. So let's go knight c6.
Is it?
And now the point is knight e5 check. King somewhere, knight d3, and that's a sort of Magnus-y move, but maybe it doesn't achieve anything. I mean, you kind of feel you've coordinated very well.
Yeah, you've coordinated well, and f-pawn is maybe not that dangerous anymore because you can put the rook behind, but to make progress with maybe you do this, right? Put the rook on f7.
Can you go b4 or does f3 work?
I don't know if it does work or not, but Black has to push f.
So if we go rook e7, there.
Rook e7.
And now there's a question
Aren't
of
we...
Yeah, you see, because even a position like this, if we take here, you have to check. I'll take this way. White can never lose this position.
It's white who is playing for win. Yeah.
White will put a rook on d4, and he will just try and coordinate his pieces and very, very slowly advance up the board. So even a position like this, where you may think with black, I've done very well, I'm playing the world champion, I'm a queen up, you have no chance whatsoever of winning it, because he's got a total fortress there any time he wants it, and yet at the same time he can slowly advance his pieces up the board.
Let's move 41. Oh, so there is no no time trouble anymore.
Nope.
But there should be some games with the time trouble, like this one, for instance. Grishuk with Responsa. Well, the position is not
tedious. Is that the word? Is that the word you were looking for?
Could be.
Just to help you along.
100 moves. Hundreds moves possibly. So Grishuk will obviously not accept the draw as long as the rooks are on the board. But it will be really hard to do something.
Well,
so this will be with us when the time troubles are over on all the. The first game was a draw. Yes, so of course
Alexander Grishuk can be quite happy here, because there are only two possible results. I mean, and the worst thing that happens is he goes into a tiebreak, and he's not so bad at fast chess. I believe he's okay at blitz.
Is he?
Yeah, I think he won.
I've heard he won a tournament.
He won the World Championship.
He won one tournament called the World Championship, and motto that he won it 3 times.
Yes.
So 3 times Blitz World Champion. Yeah, that always amazed me about Grishuk, that you give him 3 hours, he'll spend it on 20 moves. You give him 4 hours, he'll spend it on 20 moves. And yet in Blitz, he's 3 times world champion. So how does that combine in one person? Because Anand, especially
he's just sleeping there at the board, isn't he? He's waiting for the adrenaline rush.
Yeah, but Nigel, you've probably played against Jan Vishy Anand, right? And you could tell this person is good at Blitz, because in classical chess he would sometimes play a game in 10-15 minutes, right?
Well, that was the young Vishy. I remember a very, very young Vishy, and I realized, back in the day, that was before he'd become a super grandmaster, and forget about 5 times world champion, just on the way up, and you just knew this was a ridiculously talented player, fantastically good, tactically gifted, but with a very fine positional sense as well. So he basically had everything. Just in his early days, he was a bit impetuous. There was that, with the youth, that sometimes people rushed a little bit too fast, and he did. And he went up that extra notch when he just sort of reined it back a little bit, slowed down, and the accuracy of his moves improved, not even a huge amount, but a bit.
That was enough. That bit was enough.
Yeah. So that was very, very clear right from the outset. Whereas Grishuk has a completely different approach. I call him a time trouble junkie.
So kind of. So
he can't do without it.
Indecisive until the moment when it's like seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and then somehow he's in a different mode altogether.
Right. This I don't remember at all. What was?
So Krasenkov was apparently winning.
Krasenkov is winning.
Somebody said, I don't know, I
Somebody
wasn't looking
said-
because I've been talking. I don't always
No, I can't
glance.
find
So
his
we haven't
game.
paid too much attention to this game, which looks certainly much better for Hari Krishna.
Yeah, so he made a draw yesterday, and I think quite comfortably.
Yeah.
And today.
And now
it's-
he's pressing.
Yeah, he's pressing, so might as well win.
He's living in Prague these days. Did you know
The
that?
famous Czech grandmaster Hari Krishna.
Yeah.
With typical Czech name.
Yeah. Is it pronounced Harry or Gary in Ukrainian? Is that
Hari Krishna.
Hari? Hari. Okay, good.
Can't see. Where's Mr. Krasenkov? He's evasive. I mean, I can't. It's not like his name is not unique enough. Queen F6, and we were
thinking
advocating
that, yes,
this.
we were.
And maybe
indeed.
maybe it's good. I
Yes,
don't know.
yes,
Maybe it's good.
But it's a draw. It's a draw.
But it's a draw. And black went bishop b3.
Which is optimistic.
Bishop h3. It's a
Or-
rook sacrifice, Nigel.
Yes.
It's a rook sacrifice. So if this rook is taken, what
We go-
happens? You
we
tell
go
me.
Here. We
Check.
Go, knight f5. And we say, why did you put your bishop on d1?
That's beautiful.
Oh, that's
Knight
very
f5.
elegant.
It's a quiet move.
Yes, and then queen
quiet
h6.
move, and queen h6
Mate.
cannot be stopped.
Yep.
Believe it or not, it cannot be stopped. So bishop h3, rook f8, but that gives white the option of lifting the rook to d4, which looks terribly scary if you ask me. Knight d5. Okay. Or maybe I'm just...
So there is apparently some queen e6 check.
Queen e6
And
first.
where does he go? A knight e8 is
There, to
apparently
be-
very strong.
Knight e8.
Allegedly.
You're-
Is that the right position?
You're a tactical genius,
No,
Nigel.
I'm reading comments. I'm not a tactical genius at all.
So people
No,
are
queen d8.
tactical geniuses
maybe
on
it
the
was
internet.
maybe it was a different position. I don't know.
No, it is a position, I think,
Yeah.
because you give a check,
Rook h7.
h7, and you do something like this. But wait, but that's
Still,
nonsense.
still.
It's queen h4. It's actually it's black who's winning here.
Okay.
So wait, but
So
almost
there's-
there. I mean, there should be something. It's almost
if
there.
So we can't take and play queen h. No, we can't do
We
that.
can. I know he's running
He's
to
running,
this or that.
he's run- Well, is he?
Check
And then
here,
knight
and then
d6,
knight d6, king
and then he's
e7.
still-
And even if it's a win, it's far from being
Yeah.
trivial. I mean,
Yeah.
queen g7,
Yeah.
king
You
e6.
see, all these people with their engines, they don't realise that this is very, very hard.
Yeah, like for
He's going
instance,
to do it. He's got 90.
yeah, he found a check and knight e8. Yeah,
and that's very good.
so that's
Playing
that's
like a
good.
genius.
Playing like a genius, and he stands up.
Queen d8 looks forced.
Absolutely forced, yes. So once again, a check and knight e8.
So Queen d8 looks absolutely forced. And then I still
How do I
have.
win?
How do we win? Indeed.
How do we win? If we win.
We go Queen h6. Easy. So easy. So easy. Piece of cake.
Yeah.
Piece of cake.
You're a tactical genius, Nigel.
No, I'm not.
And
It's
do
piece of
not
cake.
try to
Piece of
convince me
cake.
otherwise.
Piece of cake.
Yeah, Queen H6,
That's it, yeah.
Rook G4.
Sorry, guys, we're tired. That's
Yeah.
actually not that difficult, in fact.
And then Queen D8. We said forced, but it's
Yeah.
bad as well.
Yeah,
I mean, not only it is forced,
yeah,
but
98.
98 is just winning,
he
crushing.
he actually looks quite confident because he's got up.
So well played. What can I say?
Yeah, excellent.
Wait a second. Need to find Grandmaster Fedoseev, who apparently won with a perfect score against Axel Bachmann.
Yeah. Just a little comment. I mean, of course, Fedoseev is a very fine player, almost touching 2,700. If you're Axel Bachmann and you're coming from Paraguay,
Yeah.
it's far. It's a lot of time zones, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there is a question on, you often make calculations in these events, how far am I going to get? How much money am I going to earn? Am I going to arrive several days early and run up significant bills, hotel bills, which of course they have to pay for by staying in order to acclimatise? And it might not improve my chess that much anyway. I might get knocked out anyway. So there are all those decisions which people are making beforehand. There are some people who are probably a little bit pessimistic. They rock up at the last minute and they're not really... there have been some mismatches in the first round where, I'm pretty sure there were some players who did not expect to proceed to the second round. But obviously, if you're someone like Axel Bachmann, round about 2,600, there's much more of a balance to be struck. How much of a chance am I going to give myself? Am I going to come here a month in advance and to do all those things?
You know what, Nigel? It's still in progress, interestingly.
It's not as...
King G8, yeah. So it looked like
a
quick checkmate, but it's...
No, but my question is, what if you put the king on G8 and play E6 instead? Can we do that?
Like that. That probably is... wait, and if I take it through it's a checkmate immediately. Yeah, it could be. Yeah. Could be just winning. Probably is winning.
I don't see a move against that because Rook G4 is a massive threat.
And nothing stops Rook G4, yeah?
Has he done it?
No,
he's not done it. He gave a check.
He gave a check, okay. Maybe he's winning anyway.
I'm sure there's a win here somehow.
Because he had time. Queen H5, but Queen H5.
Yeah, Queen H5 is
King
good.
goes here.
Rook G6. Oh, he's gone knight D6.
He's gone knight D6.
Yep. So you have to take that.
No, but wait, if you take it...
And then you can mate it immediately. Yeah. Queen H5, very nice.
If you don't...
Finished.
Then you are checkmated with Rook G7, yeah.
Yeah. So that's it. That's mate. And he's
That's
resigned.
a nice play.
That's a very nice... Can we just show that one again? The rook takes D6. That's a very elegant mate.
Check, and then
he's
don't take anything.
Driven the rook off.
From 7th rank
to F7, and now there's that sneaky little backwards check, and he can't interpose meaningfully.
Yeah.
What's happened to Firuzja?
He didn't lose his queen. He traded the queens.
Oh right.
He's traded the queen. Let me see. Wait, Firuzja is playing with the black pieces, yeah. Okay.
Okay,
That's
so,
all.
so
all you've got.
nothing more. Okay, we're not. I mean, it's not that clear. No. Okay, sorry about that for mentioning that.
A4, BA4. Who's playing?
Well, I think
who's
white-
trying?
white-
It's
white
still
is-
white,
white-
yeah. I mean,
white. Knight is-
F7, something like knight on F5.
Knight F5 and rook A6. White is always playing for a win here. Whether he is going to win is another matter.
Yeah. Right.
In fact, how is he going to take that?
Bishop
by the way?
A4. I mean,
Is that what he's done?
That's the answer, yeah.
Is it knight F5 check
Probably king F8
and then rook
bishop.
B6?
So, I mean, the pawn. The pawn is a bit of a problem. It's awkward.
It's well, certainly white is on top. There's no question.
As
about
a
that.
rook C8
It's
maybe, and it
probably it's
take C2, and it's still a struggle because those
Yep.
guys are
It's
kind of
not-
terribly misplaced. The knight is great on F5, yeah.
it's not a dead draw, even with this very limited material.
Yeah, you go rook B7, for instance. You're sometimes threatening rook bishop H5, knight D6, is that right?
Sure.
Yeah, that's still. And in the game, bishop H5 was played instead.
Uh-huh. And that's
So
a
he
very
wants
good
to-
move. Yeah.
Yeah, just win. Basically,
wants to
just win.
win.
Bishop
Just
F7,
seven
some
and
knight
win.
F5,
And win.
checkmate. Yeah.
And checkmate. And the main point is that B3 is met by takes.
On
Bishop
B3.
takes B3, knight E8.
That's an important check.
Yeah.
Not from F5, but from E8. So still in trouble.
Isn't he smashed? Is he smashed? I don't see a defense.
Yeah, well, actually, there is no way to protect F7. For the same reason, you can't take on C2, right? Knight E8.
Yeah, knight
So
B.
F7's
knight,
gone, yeah?
Knight B. Well, bishop takes F7 and knight B F5 becomes like a massive threat. I don't see a defense.
So I almost want to play knight B5
Fine,
to
but then-
force you to take with the knight, not the bishop, because
Yeah.
but I'm losing anyway to this stupid check on E8.
Yeah, and check and knight takes C7.
Yeah, so seemingly no move. Oh wait, so what's that? Ah, that's one of the lines. Sorry.
Yeah.
Bishop H5.
Excellent move.
Yeah, nice move. But that's the point when they've made 40 moves. So half an hour was added to each player's clock, and Firouzja might need this half an hour because his position is tough. Right.
Well, this is his debut, isn't it, for France?
Yeah.
How about bishop C6 there? Is that a defense?
Bishop C6.
And now the point is...
If I take,
I
you
wanted,
take with...
I
no, but wait.
wanted
How do you
some-
take it?
Yeah, I wanted knight E4.
On 94, and you can do this, right?
Yeah.
Or
And then-
or not.
Well, go on.
Or not.
No, you can't. Yeah, well, that's a simple
I
way.
mean, it's a cynical way, but it wins.
Yeah, and also, by the way, knight F5 check, I think, was winning as well.
Yeah, let's see.
Knight F5 check,
king F8.
no, then bishop D5 check wins.
I'll take your rook.
Oh, you tricky. That was, sorry.
So that's,
So
I
you
mean,
just take-
maybe there
you
is a
just-
move. It just stopped me from. That is what stopped me from giving a check on F5.
Sorry. So you just take. You just take.
Yeah, but 94 is basically there's no room for a mistake. Yeah, it's just straight up wins.
Game over.
Straight up wins. Curious to check Magnus's game because there's been some development. A rook was rook
right,
E5 was played.
Okay.
Rooks were traded.
But for Magnus, I mean, the advantage for him in this position is the fact that the e-pawn is coming closer to the queen side.
Yeah.
So if that were an h-pawn, far away, just imagine a pawn over here, then this would be extremely awkward for white. But when it's close in the sense that the knight is a short-range piece, but the knight can combine with attacking...
like you get it here, it attacks the e5 and attacks the c5. So
of course.
It reaches the other pawns as well as controls the e-pawn. Yeah, so it's a little bit sad. I
think he's considering knight d3 there. I'm just...
But that be just a draw, right?
Well,
Black's
is it? Well, it takes knight c5 check is the idea.
There,
knight c5 check.
And knight c5 check, so...
He's done it.
Yeah, he's done that. Okay, so king, where the king's going? Certainly not d6,
yeah,
so
king
f6. And you want to take...
Yeah, it's probably a draw. Bishop b6 is...
Bishop b6.
The question, king d5 there, he could... That's actually quite awkward.
I mean...
You have to go, I think.
The endgame 2 pawns each.
Yeah,
so
knight d6 check.
I find it hard to believe it's that tough, but who knows? Yeah, like c5, if it gets to c6, then white might have... I mean, might have some variation where he wins the bishop and stops the e-pawn.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's still, if anyone, it's black has to be careful, right? Okay, and if I do this, is there a chance I'll survive? Or it's probably an immediate Zugatswanga.
Yeah. Volkswagen,
yeah.
No, bishop
f8. That's a draw. Just keeps it like this.
I think bishop d6 is the right move. Because the other one looked more tricky, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, even if you survive here... It's...
Yeah. But look at bishop f8. Let's continue.
Yeah.
Let's try and create the chances. It must be a draw. c4. But let's continue. How do you draw?
How do I draw? By waiting?
Okay, b5.
b5. Takes.
Must be a draw. Must be a draw.
Wait a second, it's still tricky. King d6 I'll have to go. Yeah, king d6. And
it's going to be a draw.
Already threatening bishop d8, b6 takes
it's going to be a draw. There's too little. There's too little material, but it's like one of these positions that even when it should be a draw, definitely, you have to be careful. He cannot just play casual moves here. He's not going to make a draw with casual moves. Any whiff of an opportunity, Magnus will take it. And he's a master of setting little tricks in the position. You know, little traps, pitfalls. I mean, Magnus will not do anything reckless or stupid or anything like that. But within the bounds of the position, he will play just to create the maximum difficulty.
Yeah. Yeah, so Krasinov wins. That's, of course, one of the, I wouldn't say unexpected results, but yeah, nice games as well. And he was a lower-rated player in this match, against Alexeyenko by more than 100 elo points. I'm surprised. Yeah, Krasinov, who won the match. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm a little bit, kind of a little bit surprised with.
Well, he's not so young. Yeah, Michael Krasinov. Yeah.
Michael Krasinov. Prague Jan Friend Prague wins the second game as well against Sargsyan.
Yeah.
So as you said, not all Indian players will qualify to round 3, but not all of them going home either. No, but we have a lot of, in fact. I think Athiban has won the match already. He won game 1 beautifully. And let me see. I think he has already finished Athiban. I think he made a draw. I've seen him. No, he won 2 games as well. Yeah, Athiban has won as well. So 2-0 for Athiban, 2-0 for...
It's a very nice Suksvang there, isn't it? That's... Yeah, just simple. It's calculation.
Instructive.
Yeah.
King F4.
These are the sort of things you have to just calculate.
Here. And that's quite possibly where White kind of went wrong. I mean, when he went for this position, because you're relying on
King takes C4
King
and
fucking C4 and it's a draw. Yeah,
and
you're even first to promote.
Yeah, but still,
you're even first to promote. Yeah, nice.
So what
happens there? There's some discussion. It's Artemiev and Muzin.
I guess that Muzin didn't win because his opponent is looking quite happy.
Artemiev, he's always happy, no?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look.
Artemiev, yeah. It's actually there is no official result yet. Looks like a perpetual win. Do you think White has won this one? No. It's move 42, so no flag.
And they drew the first game. Is that right?
Yeah.
So that's
another tiebreak.
They're headed for it. Looks like it.
It's another tiebreak. Right next to those, Dr. Amin Bassem. It's already a draw, so he qualifies.
Yes.
Doctor, and as you, Nigel, said, a real doctor.
A real doctor.
A real doctor.
Medical doctor.
Medical doctor. Jeffrey...
I don't know what he specialises in, but anyway. Very nice chap.
Yeah, and so let me try to see. Yeah, I won't be able to count by now. It's a lot of games still in progress, but all of them reached the time control.
Yes.
So maybe it's a little chance for us, Nigel, to take a short break.
That's what we love.
Then we'll
be back for the remainder of the session. So we'll take something like a 10-minute break. Please join us shortly.
So our guest this afternoon is Bobby Cheng, Grandmaster from Australia, 25-52, and the winner of the round 2 matchup with Levon Aronian. Give us your thoughts about what's happened and how are you feeling?
I thought it was just like a very unfortunate situation. I feel bad for Levon. He was one of the favorites here, one of the best players in the world. And also I'm a little bit disappointed I didn't get the opportunity to play him. I think for someone like myself, it's probably like a once-in-a-lifetime thing for me, and I was really looking forward to it. But it's just really unfortunate all around. That's the situation we're in, and I respect what he did. I think I just hope that he can still play in the candidates, and I hope he doesn't regret his decision.
Okay, but of course to play in the match with Aronian, you had to defeat Vahab Shanal on the first day. A very close match because he's also a very strong 2500 Grandmaster. How did that match go?
Yeah, so going into this tournament, my goal was just to win the first round because obviously Vahab is a very strong player, and I thought that match was basically 50-50. He's a very strong rapid blitz player as well, and it was a very close match. It could have gone either way, but I think I just got a little bit luckier than him in the second rapid game. And I think yeah, my goal was just to win round one, and I knew I would get the opportunity to play someone very good like Levon. But yeah, now the way things turned out, somehow I'm in round three, which I never would have expected.
So tomorrow's a tie-break day, so you're essentially resting, but the next day you're playing in round three. You were mentioning, obviously we don't know your opponent yet because they're still playing. Kovalev was one of the names you mentioned, and the other one was?
Serrano. Yeah, so I'll be playing the winner of Kovalev and Serrano.
So not a world-class player like Orani, but a very strong opponent.
I mean, I think I would probably be like the lowest-rated player still in the tournament by far, so I'm sure like everyone is very glad if they get to play me.
Okay, well, it's never so simple. So tell us finally about your trip from Australia. It's quite far away. How many flights did you have to get here?
So I went from Australia to Singapore, and then there was a stopover, and then Singapore to Moscow, and a stopover, and then Moscow to Sochi. So I think it was about 30 hours all up, and yeah, obviously with the COVID regulations, travel's very difficult, and even leaving Australia was very difficult. So yeah, it was a really like big challenge to come here, but I mean, it was worth it.
Okay, and this is your first cup, or? Okay, and how are you living the experience?
I mean, Sochi is such a beautiful place. I've been actually going up to the mountains like every day. Just like actually, it's actually free for like the guests of the hotel just to go up, and it's really beautiful. And I mean, this area is so nice. It's great for tourists, and as for like a first World Cup, like this is it's been incredible so far. Yeah.
Okay, Bobby, thanks, and the best of luck for the round three game with the win of the other match.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, we are back. It's day 2 of round 2, right? And a lot of games finished already.
Yeah, and even some matches or mini matches have finished already. We've had quite a number of decisive results. So since the break, we have spotted a few more results coming in, and you have something in front of you, Evgeny, don't you?
I have a game that I wanted to show you, Nigel. We started with it a long time ago. You've mentioned that it was a very original opening.
Highly original.
Guess what? It wasn't only the opening that was original. So won't go move by move, but just few highlights, right?
Yes.
So over here, trades on f7, which is not a big deal. Castles long. So, well, combining, f3 on move 3 and castling long in one game, already not bad. Black builds a huge center, and then
goes for an attack on the
then f4.
Yes.
Okay, rook h5. So some pawn. Let's throw on some pawn moves.
Yes.
Bishop g7, knight c3.
Yeah.
E takes.
And
this and rook a8. And then I don't know, was it good or bad, but next 2 moves is g4, knight takes.
Right.
And you think, like, maybe something's not right. b4.
Oh, no. You're joking.
Queen c6, b5. I mean, the aesthetics of this. I mean, I don't know how correct it is, and honestly, I don't care.
Yeah.
Because you need you need to win on demand, and you play such a game against Alexei Shirov.
I like it.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
So queen to e6, knight d5, bishop b2. Of course, you do not take the bishop. You play an intermezzo.
What sort of a patzer would
bishop
recapture a bishop?
Knight e8, rook e8. Finally takes, and that's the rest is boring because it's an extra exchange.
And he's gotten some attack as well.
Knight e5.
Knight e5. Oh my God.
Tricky Shirov. Queen d8, but it's apparently just winning. Rook takes, king c3, and black has to trade the queens.
Oh no.
Otherwise, he's checkmated after rook d7.
Yeah. So
he resigned right there.
Yes. Yeah.
What can I say?
Trivial technical win at the end.
Well
After
played.
all the very impressive comeback from how do you pronounce that name? You'll pronounce that correctly.
That's a Ukrainian name, and the guy, he is Ukrainian, even though he is representing the United States. It's Jerebuch.
I'm very glad you said that. Good.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So he equalized, and they'll play the tiebreak. So Magnus Carlsen, famous chess player, on board 1 here.
Yes.
You've said it's a fair chance Magnus gonna win. Let's see if it holds. That's a Magnusy thing to do. Not b4, but b3.
Yes, that's it.
That's a Magnusy thing to do. Bishop e7, b4, and c4, and c5.
This is very interesting.
And after bishop h8, b5, and he's threatening c6.
And that's the point. So if a takes b5, c6...
a b5 played, c6, and you have to play king d6 if I...
I think so.
And takes, and king c7. And I don't believe it holds. I don't know. a6?
Does he have another possibility? Could if we go back a minute,
after c6, you mean?
Could he play bishop f8?
Bishop f8. Bishop f8.
Probably not. No, takes, and then knight c5 check.
And knight c5 check, so you can't go to d7.
Well, maybe
that.
He's gone king d6.
Wait. To bishop d6, what I can do is do this, and... Or... king d6 might have... he's gone king d6 anyway. So c6, king d6, takes on b7, king c7. I think it's winning. a6?
Well,
and how do you
so,
prevent?
how
How
do
do you
you-
stop knight c6?
I
That's the
don't,
question. Probably
I
no
don't
way. Yeah?
see.
That or that way, and knight c6 should win. I don't know. Maybe putting the bishop on d6 helps.
You can't.
Maybe.
Can't. King d5 is going to win then. That looks. Isn't that over?
Okay, that's the position, right? That's the
Isn't
position.
that over? Because
Okay.
white is just going to put his. And even knight takes e5 just.
Knight e5. Yeah, bishop d6 in order to be able to take the knight if knight c6
Yeah.
played. And then we go here.
Yeah. But you can even win in a different way. You can put the knight on. Ooh, no, it's not quite so simple.
No, king d5, knight c6 wins, question
Yes,
mark?
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
it
yes.
does, yeah.
I'm just wondering whether. Does he have king d5? Or no, he's taking.
He's taking.
Yeah.
No, because now it's a clear threat of knight d7 or knight c6.
Yeah, so he has to play bishop
Bishop
d6.
d6 is strictly only move.
Yeah, and now king d5.
King d5.
And what's your
Knight
next
c6 unstoppable.
And that's it. End of game.
Brilliant.
He's not bad, this Magnus kid,
Mm-hmm.
is he? He's played. He shows some promise.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, when he...
I mean, it was a nothing position.
It's interesting. Like when they play like the very best, world's very best against each other, and we tend to forget how superior they are in those simple positions against, let's say, an average grandmaster. I mean, first of all, average grandmaster sounds a little bit offensive. And, I beg my pardon. Says I'm not saying that Sasha is Sasha Martinovic is. Yeah, but he got outplayed from a very simple position.
It is. And what you're saying is absolutely true, that the level of accuracy that is required against, these top 10 players, and Magnus is got that sort of extra bit of class on top of that.
On top of the top, yeah.
That even when you're there and the draw is within sight, just if you falter, as he has done, the smallest error and you're suddenly down. They pounce on you immediately. Pounce.
And I just realized, Nigel, that probably there is another variation which is relevant. Bishop to c5. I know, but then knight c6. I'm stupid me. I thought bishop c5. If you go knight d7, he has bishop a7.
Oh, he's won it in a different way. He's got an elegant way to win.
Which one?
He played bishop d6, knight d7.
Knight d7 and a7.
Oh, that's very, very nice. Very
and
nice.
when you take, it's a7. And if you...
No, king c6.
King c6? Was it an elegant way? Wait a second.
Hang on a second. What's he done?
Hang on a second.
What's he done?
Because...
What has he done? What has he done?
I don't know.
What has he done?
Maybe we were too soon praising Magnus. But
King d5 was just game over.
King d5. I mean, just to double check, Nigel. Just to like any single move. Move the bishop, knight c6, right? Well, what's that? King d4.
He's just. Has he messed it up? He's messed it up, hasn't he?
Bishop. I'm confused.
I think he's messed it up. Let's get the position on the board.
Yeah. Just a second.
He's just messed it up.
D7,
I think he's looking...
Completely forgotten about king c6,
He's forgotten
perhaps.
about king c6. I think he's looking...
King d4.
So bishop h2, for example.
For example, what they do. I mean, you probably can go back to your thing.
Yeah.
You probably can go back to your thing and then go king d5 and then knight c6.
That's probably...
Well, that's kind of a lucky moment, right? And if this first, king c4, right?
That should win.
Yeah, the problem for
No. Then...
But how do you make it?
Then bishop h2... Bishop h2...
Bishop h2, I'll probably just take, because it seems like
he's gone
this,
bishop c7.
The thing is, like, this setup can hardly be improved for black.
No, he's just messed it up.
So that's bishop c7. And how do you win then? Magnus. Yeah, because you move the knight, king b6, it's a draw, right? This is a draw as well.
Yeah, that's just a draw.
King b6, or, interestingly, king c7, right?
Yes, that's a draw.
Knight c7, and you only need to get rid of the pawn, and then white can't make progress.
Yeah, that's fine.
Unbelievable. What
I mean, he will be kicking himself, cursing himself.
No, that's unbelievable.
That was a really sloppy error.
Whoa. And there is no way... wait a second. So is he trying to say that he's going to go there?
He's trying to put his king on...
Okay,
he's trying to... he can't...
If the king gets to b4, let's presume that for now it's...
Yeah, bishop d6 check.
Bishop d... you can't do much. Yeah, bishop d6 and bishop here and just... Unbelievable. King e4, some triangulation.
Yeah, but it's nothing, is it?
Bishop d6,
bishop c7,
d4, bishop c7. Yeah.
He's going to be cursing.
Yeah,
that is really a pretty awful error. King d5 was just game over.
Yeah. So was it, was it the will to show off a bit? I think this knight d7, or... Okay, he's marching to f5,
and
if black doesn't care, I don't quite get it. I mean, where do you want your king to be?
Yeah,
it's like you get it to e8. Okay, I'll find time to push my b pawn, right? So, but there is no need to react right now, because b4, his plan is probably to go back to take this. Whoa.
So bishop d6. So
really?
what's
lost for words?
Yeah. What's he going to do?
Knight c5 is an option? Question mark. But then king b6, and then those pawns will start falling, right? Why do you do this? Bishop g3. Did he lose it again?
Knight e5 check.
Bishop g3, knight e5. King c7.
Is he going to lose?
King c7. We go here, right? This we go here.
Has he lost
b3, knight c6, and he lost it again. Yeah. No, king b6.
King b6. Yeah.
So it's no longer winning. Wait.
No, he can put his king on knight on c4 maybe.
Okay. Let's
have a look.
So we have it. We have that one. Before knight on c4. That was unnecessary.
King e4.
King e4, yeah, comes back.
King b8.
Knight c6. Right.
So he has to play what? King to... he has to play b4 here, I think.
Has to play b4, but then Magnus achieved what he wanted. He can go knight d7, and he forced the b pawn.
King c6.
Yeah, but then I'm trying to get the b pawn. I don't know how it helps and if it helps, but at least I'll snatch the b pawn and then see what happens. But once again, it was only made possible because of bishop g3. It feels like.
Yes.
So if he would have kept the bishop on d6, c7, looks like it was a draw. Yeah, b4, knight d7 played. B4, knight d7 played. Remarkable technique, one would have said, but king d5 was winning on the spot.
Somebody's saying it's so annoying to follow along. You never know what is the live position. We have the live position. We have it on camera. So
that's the live position.
Yes.
On camera as well as on the analysis board.
Yes. King c6.
King c6, and then you
go over.
King d3.
King d3, and he's now coming back. Is he going to?
Well,
is he
actually,
still going to win.
Well, actually, king d4 would have been a terrible mistake because
Yes.
a7 and bishop
So
f2.
king d3. Is he still? I'm sure he's going to win now somehow.
He's gonna.
But how?
Will he win
How?
the pawn?
How?
That's a big question. Yeah, bishop c7, king here,
Yeah, bishop d6.
bishop d6, and this. And it's a Zugezwange. It's
Yeah,
a
it's a Zugzwang.
Volkswagen, as
Volkswagen.
you've told me.
Yeah, it's a
But
Volkswagen.
It's a little bit of a...
Yeah.
What happens next? And then I go to e8, d8, c8, perhaps.
Yeah.
That's how I win. Right?
Perhaps. Yes.
Okay.
So he just messed it up. He messed it up. Bishop d6,
Bishop
and,
d6,
and now
and
king
then
b3,
a waiting move. Yeah,
and now king b3,
king
and he's
b3.
got him with Zugzwang. Very sloppy by Magnus. Very sloppy. It was game over just like immediately. I mean, it was absolutely just gone.
Yeah. You know, Nigel, to my surprise, Firouzja's game is still in progress. So, okay, let's wait for this
Yes.
to finish because Sasa Martinovic doesn't have any time left,
Yes.
and Magnus has 45 minutes, but he's not planning to slow down. I mean, he's playing very fast
I think he's angry.
at himself.
I think he's well. He's not at his opponent. He's angry at himself. And I think that's it. His king is going to go. You can draw some beautiful arrows
across here.
It's
here,
going to go round the
here.
back because black cannot do anything.
Yeah. King d3.
Yeah, it's going to go on the white squares. His king's going to go round, all the way round the back. And the moment it comes on e8 or e7, he's going to be in Volkswagen.
Yeah, nothing to be done. Nothing to be done. Yeah, king can't really move because a7, right? So this setup cannot be bothered. So you can't really force white to move any of those. Simply have to move the bishop back and forth, and the king gets.
It's a march.
Yeah.
It's a march in.
And say even if, let's say, with king on e8 you play bishop
It's king
c7,
king
it's
e7.
king e7.
And
So
then you
that's
run out of moves.
Yeah, king's on e4.
He knows what's coming. He knows he's busted.
That, king f5.
Incidentally, no, I'm getting too excited. I think there is more than one way of. Ooh,
Of
is there
winning.
more, yeah. Well, let's not bother with that. Yeah, I think there's more than one way of winning. Because
You can go.
we can put the king on e6 and play knight c on. No,
Knight
knight c5,
c5.
bishop b8 is still possible, so that doesn't help. No, you have to play the king all the way round to c8. c8 is the key square.
To protect the b7 pawn and go a7.
Yeah, that's it. So the moment the king arrives here,
Yeah, but look at Magnus.
I think he's furious with himself, actually.
What? 95 check.
Ah, yes, because he can't go to
B6 because of knight c4.
And after, so we got the same position.
Has to go to c7
and then king
and then
E6,
finally king e6, which could have been done 20 moves ago.
Well, never mind.
Yeah, king c7,
King e6,
king e6, and no moves for black. Can't move the king because bishop's hanging. Can't move the bishop because then knight c6 wins.
yes, and bishop c5 is knight c6,
Knight c6,
or b8 equals queen. It will also win.
yeah.
He's probably not that impressed with himself, but anyway, it's 2-0. It's going to be 2-0. Now it's over. Okay, are we going to get the end?
Yeah, let's
just see.
bishop
Knight
c5, knight
yeah,
c6.
That's it. And resigns. The hand is coming. There's a little pause, and the hand is coming across the board in resignation. He's just, yeah. Okay.
All right. It wasn't a flawless technique after all.
No,
But
it's all right.
a win is the win. Got a little lucky there.
Yeah, well, 2-0 is a decent result.
Right.
So even when he messes it up, yeah, you can see
He's still Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, but
he's sort of like, he's throwing the pieces there, saying, why didn't I do this?
The typical kind of behavior of a person satisfied with himself. Right? I mean, he's of course disgusted with missing it.
Let's see what else we've got. So
Firouzja, as I said, we've declared not the one. Yeah, that's the one. We've declared him to be completely lost, remember? And maybe he is, but miraculously surviving, not giving it so bishop h5, remember, in the game of Firouzja when we couldn't find the move, and some rook d7, avoiding at least an immediate catastrophe, and bishop f7 cannot be played because he'll take on d6.
So he did what, knight x?
Knight f5 and
strange
rook
choice.
b6.
Yeah, okay.
So he threatens checkmate on the back rank, rook b7, rook f7, forces the king there, a7 threatens knight check, rook a7, why not rook b7, who can tell me?
I've no idea. And could he not play g6, the move before?
Here.
Did that not...
g6...
So rook d3.
Some checks.
Checks.
Maybe checks. Yeah.
How are the checks working? What checks? Where?
What checks? Yeah, that's a good question. So this check.
Yeah.
We go here. Yeah, this check.
Yeah, and so king e2.
And then this check.
But
that's not the end still. That's not the end, because there's still a checkmate in 1 on h7 or g7 and rook f8, which is a beautiful checkmate as well. It could have been...
So maybe there's some h takes g6.
H takes g6 this moment. If bishop takes, then check and take,
So that's it.
We trust them. They can calculate those plays. Rook a7, rook b7.
Even if we can't.
He wins the pawn.
Yep.
Rook d3. Check. King here. Knight d6.
Brilliant defense.
Check. Yeah, Firouzja is incredible. And bishop g4.
Well, that looks like a draw.
Bishop g4. Bishop
gonna
has
t-
to...
he has
No, but
to
wait
take
a
it.
second. Wait a
He's
second.
going to take that.
No, take his
It's
rook
mate,
g8.
mate,
It's a
mate,
little
mate.
check.
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
we're not
So he
exchanging.
actually has to go for this. King h2. That. And knight f7. And that's what Firouzja has spotted. And that's what was missed by his opponent. That, I believe, is the... Will he win it? Because rook h3 played, Nigel.
Rook g3.
Rook g3, sorry. Rook g3
Oh, there's
played.
the big pause now.
So king h2. So white went bishop g4 because he was planning to enjoy his extra exchange, right? Bishop
Yes.
g4, rook d6, and then knight f7.
But okay. So of course we don't.
We don't do- we don't
play
take the
with
rook, you
We
mean?
take the knight. We take the knight.
We take the knight. This is hanging. This is hanging. Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
So
check.
and then you can take on h6 is probably a draw
I mean, you can give a check,
first, and then.
and it's still not the end because the bishop's hanging,
and then rook
this
d8.
wins the.
Yeah, it's winning
Ah,
something.
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. Right? Or it does.
It does. You're winning an exchange.
That.
You're probably
that.
not winning the game.
Ah,
I mean,
no,
rook,
no, no.
rook takes
Rook h5 is.
rook h5. Yeah, that's
Rook
a
h5.
draw.
and
That's a
just
draw.
a draw. Whoa. Yeah. Sorry, we got carried away. Indeed, and it's
Yeah.
not the position on the board, but that is rook g3, and Sindara with thinking. But that's a brilliant defense by Firouzja. A lot of.
He's not a patzer. He's very, very sharp tactically.
Right. So what else do we have? I mean, we still have quite a lot, I have to say. More than 10 games, apparently. It's more than 10 different games.
Yeah, this is the. He probably can't believe what he's done. Thought he was winning.
And there is no way around it, you know?
No.
No way around it. You have to play king h2 and have to take on d6. Ah, yeah, there was a faster way of making a draw. Just collect h4, attack g5, not move the bishop. Yes, it'll be a second draw and a tiebreak.
Yes, king f2 is just losing.
Yeah, king f2, knight e4.
94, and he's losing the. Well, or is he losing actually?
If he plays king f2,
Yes,
check,
he
but where do
is.
you go?
We have to go to f1, and then rook takes g4.
Rook takes, yeah,
yes,
that's
of course.
the problem.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone.
He's gone king f1.
Which
Ah, so that the h-pawn
remains on the board.
h-pawn remains on the board. So now
He did that with a little screw. Did you notice that?
No,
You know the sort of Smyslov screw. That when you're quite happy with the move you've played, you just sort of screw it into the board a bit.
So rook takes g4 now, which apparently has to be
Yes, rook takes d6.
rook takes d6. And
How does
I
he draw?
might still survive it. Takes and rook
takes.
h5. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah,
But
yeah,
it's no guarantee whenever.
Knight f5, yeah, probably.
Knight f5, king f7.
It is a draw, probably. It probably is still a draw. No, rook f6 and then king g8.
King g8, yeah.
Oh, gosh. Gosh, it's close.
It's that close, yeah. yeah. It's
Incredibly-
that close.
incredibly
It's
close.
almost like hard to believe it's a draw
Yes.
because there's so
Yeah.
many tactical tricks. But maybe
think-
wait, is check
King Kong?
King Kong
rook,
and
rook,
this
rook
and-
f.
For now, I keep it.
H6
H6 works.
H6 is a draw.
H6 works. Yeah. Oof.
On the edge.
On the edge. On the edge. Does it change anything if... Oh, wait a second. There is a check from G4, Nigel, which we've from C4 that we've missed completely, no? There's a check from C4. And then move the rook to F4.
Yes.
And then who's...
Yeah, very simple.
Yeah, so nonsense.
Nonsense, yeah, absolutely.
Nonsense.
Absolutely, we're talking rubbish. Not for the first time.
That's what.
And certainly not for the last time.
Certainly not for the last time. Yeah.
Yeah, but bishop c4 check. Yeah, but okay, king f2. You can't take on h4 then.
Okay.
That was the point.
Yeah,
that was the point.
So he gave a check on f4 and moved the bishop. Yeah.
What's his idea? Now where's he going?
Pretty much anywhere. No. Doesn't look like white is. Who said white's better? Right. White's probably not.
White is better, but white is better for sure. It's still dangerous. King is coming to g3.
Bishop c4.
King g3.
So you play king g3.
King g3. I just come up the board.
Yeah, maybe it's like king g3, h5, so the king is a problem, yeah?
Yeah, the king is...
So let's watch this one, because he's also low on time, Firouzja.
Although, I don't think time issues ever really bothered him that much.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still not straightforward for black to play.
Is there any kind of...
There's no real threat. You might be able to just pass somehow.
But then h...
What's it? He's gone bishop e2 and now rook e6.
Bishop e2?
What's rook e6 here? Is that a problem? Rook e6?
Did he go bishop e2?
He did.
Rook e6... so bishop e2 to stop h5 ideas, yeah?
Yeah. Rook e6. I'll just try and take your pawn. I'll just annex it.
Rook e6, rook e4, I presume, yeah? And then...
He's gone rook e6.
Some strange setup like that, yeah? Rook e6 and then rook e4 to stop.
And then knight f5 check or something. Yeah, it's probably not enough.
Played bishop h5 if I...
He played what?
I think he played bishop h5. Or... Oh, no.
Can't see what he's done. We've got a camera on the wrong...
He did. We just got the PGN file update.
Yep.
Bishop h5, so at least white wins the pawn, right? Can try for ages.
He has whipped it off. And I guess he's going to check and he will move his rook somewhere.
Like check on f3 and then cut the king maybe on the third rank. Go away with the idea to
still some
deliver quite a few checks.
Yeah.
Yeah, king g2 and still. Now I want this knight to be on f4, Nigel. It's a long way there. But
yes, I mean that's the ideal square.
The very least, I might get it to g3 quickly.
Yes, very quickly.
Might get it to g3 quickly, then force this bishop to go. Play h5. It's still, I'm with you on this one.
If you get the pawn up to h6, for example, sometimes this could be very awkward. He's gone rook
Rook f8.
and I'm just wondering now, knight f5 check.
Knight f5 check. Where
does your king go? Because if
he
no,
decided
I don't think this is a good move. I don't think
decided for that one.
I think this is. He can go king g6 here. He'll go forward.
And probably will.
Yeah. That was a bad move because he had knight f5 check, which was still quite. He can just repeat. No, he can't because
the rook is on fixed rank.
That's it, because he wanted to get the knight out.
And what?
So he's gone back.
Rook to e3.
Yeah, okay.
To ensure king g3. But then, what do you do then?
You try again.
So you can have the same...
But he messed up because he could have got the knight round, knight f5, and then if king g6, knight e7 check, and starts coming round to where you suggested.
You mean
either to
yeah?
Yeah.
And then check, and then...
Yeah, still
not clear. Yeah, knight e5, it's always bishop f3. Yeah.
Or h6 or something, I don't know.
Yeah, there's also... Yeah, you move the knight away, then h6 becomes a thing. Okay, let's go to...
Let's go somewhere else. We think it's going to be a draw.
Yeah.
Alireza Firouzja has barely survived.
Yeah.
And even now, he's not where we're expecting him to survive.
Yeah.
Let's put it like that.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't done that yet.
Yeah. Grishuk, right. just to check.
Yes.
Not much has changed.
Okay.
Not much has changed.
Yeah, so we'll have another 200 moves from this position.
Then what else in progress?
And by the way, still some chances, definite chances in this endgame.
Yeah,
especially
it's not like it's a draw. Yeah,
especially if white can get in f4, f5. That's
if pawn gets to f5, then
it becomes very, very dangerous.
Right. What else in progress? Dubov with white against Gukesh. Some endgame lessons again.
And no, king g5, I guess.
Yeah. King g5 is like...
Yeah, how was he going to win?
Almost a must.
It's certainly a must.
Knight e3.
h3. And then he'll play something. Knight... What's he going to do?
Bishop f2 immediately. Nice. Bishop f2 immediately.
Okay, time.
And it's just a draw, yeah. So those two will play a tiebreak tomorrow as well.
Okay.
Yeah, Dubov and Gukesh.
Yeah, and Dubov is the old man in this match. Sorry, I enjoy that description.
Dubov is an old man in this match, indeed. Yeah. Yeah. Let me find out if Vallejo came back or has any chance to. No, he made a draw. So Paco Vallejo is out. Paco Vallejo is out. The only player from China in this tournament, you know, Nigel, right?
Yeah,
Yu Yang-yi.
Yeah, why is that?
Why is that what? Why he is playing or why others are not playing?
Why do we not have others?
It could
because of the COVID issues.
Because of the COVID situation, yeah.
Yes.
But Yu Yang-yi will never lose this one. That means he's qualified. He won first game, and you don't lose this with black.
And he may well be just winning.
Yeah. Then what else? Wojtaszek? Well, that's what we should be not bad at. Elementary pawn endings. Are we?
No, we're
not bad at. I mean, I'm not sure.
We're terrible.
We're terrible. I wonder what white is thinking about.
So king f5.
King f5 or resigns? No.
Yes.
King h4.
Or king g6 now?
Yeah, king g6, h5,
f4,
f3 maybe.
f4.
f4. King g4, f5. f4 at once. Surprise, surprise.
Okay.
Because he wins this way. King g3, king to e5. We are running.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
queen f4 check.
Queen
yeah.
f4.
Sneaky.
Sneaky
yes. check. And you might think it's a queen.
Gets the queen's
queen's
off.
endings. Yeah, but that's doesn't matter what you do. It's queen's h6
off,
or
queen's
this
off,
trade.
Queen's off, and then the king comes in.
White king is
Very
slightly closer. Slightly closer. And I think first game was a draw for Alexeyev and Wojtaszek, and that would mean Wojtaszek wins the match. Let me double check on that. On the second page. Right, first game was a draw. So Radoslav Kaszlinski wins the match.
What else?
What else?
What next?
What next? What do I have for you? Ivan Cheparinov with white needs to win and has
very good chances. Yes, indeed.
I mean,
winning.
So equalizes. Grandelius Akobian. That's one funny position. And what's the objective? I mean, who needs what? Let me find out. That's confusing. Yeah.
Yep.
We should think of the way to improve on this score thing. Grandelius Akobian. Draw in game 1. Whoever wins this mess will win the match. If someone wins.
Yeah, maybe it's a draw.
Maybe it's a draw?
King a8.
Oh, you mean white will just go for...
King a8.
So white has no chance of winning, yeah?
Well, he could, but...
I mean, king a8 and like rook
d3,
rook
93.
And you're basically forcing me into perpetual. Yeah. You're right. You're right. 93.
Or maybe knight b2.
Knight b2,
is another move.
Probably similar, one to another. Yeah. When king b8. Yes, it's just a draw then. Yeah.
So is Bock holding on or not?
Benjamin Bock, right, with Samuel Sevian. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
No,
he doesn't.
Matey.
King g6.
Matey.
Resigns.
Yes. So the
resigns.
Blockade or whatever, fortress or whatever, was breached.
Mm-hmm.
Forced his way in.
So that will be yet another tiebreak, I guess, right? Bock won the rook ending yesterday, but lost this one, the exchange down.
Samuel Sevian.
I wonder if it could be that the game is finished, honestly.
Yes, it could well be. It takes. There's nothing more to discuss.
It's like it's not clear. Why would you continue here?
No.
Right. So he loses, and what? And everything's finished. Apart from that, it seems Cheparinov who wins, Bock who loses, Durarbayli Vasif against Pretke, Alexander Pretke. I once again don't remember the first round result. Where's that? Alexander Pretke. That's a draw. Yeah, when you don't remember the result, it's usually a draw.
Yes.
And might as well be a draw here. No? If he takes that, yeah?
Black is better, isn't he?
Black is better. But can he win?
Well, it's pretty close.
If
Takes.
Rook
Knight takes-
c2 would be unfortunate, so Rook
Knight takes f3.
Knight takes f3 and knight e7
King
check.
f8.
And how do you win?
King f8.
and I put it here.
Yes. And the question is... Yeah, it's quite...
Black's better, but once again, with king on f8, it's not like
yeah,
you're
no,
checkmating.
it's not. Yeah, knight d5 is good enough, in fact, because you're taking on you're taking this one on f6. Oi!
Can't take this one,
Oi!
and then maybe this, but
Oi! That's dangerous.
probably a draw still. Probably
You
a draw
trickster.
still.
But you haven't seen how. Yeah, you check.
Checks,
You check and check.
Checks, and
Maybe the king can come out to h6.
maybe it's... Maybe shouldn't get too excited because there is also rook c3 which holds, right?
Yes.
All right, might as well
I
be
like
might
the
as well
questions.
be a
How
draw.
about David Howell?
David Howell.
Yeah. He's not playing. That's the...
So that's the reason.
yeah.
That's the reason.
He's doing very well, but he's not here.
Yeah. Ivanishevich is in action against Alexander Miroshnichenko from Ukraine. This should hold, right? Because this is a...
Yeah, that's
a weakness.
Yes.
That's a weakness.
Feels like a draw, but...
Yeah. Perhaps not. Durer Bailey, what did he do? He captured on c6. There might be some excitement in this game. So
Yes.
So maybe let's stay with this one for a few moves, right? Knight takes c6, knight takes f3 played. Yeah. I mean, at least this trick with f5 is kind of interesting. Yeah, well. Anything? Yeah, Evgeny, who's winning. Firuza, who we think escapes. We always got Grishuk, Nigel. I mean, if we don't know what to talk about, we always got Grishuk. It's going to be another 100 moves, so we are safe.
So what happened? I think... let's have a look at Wojtaszek as well. That's another
Wojtaszek, he won.
He won.
He won.
So let's put this...
Oh, you mean the results?
Yeah, we
that's
need
quite a lot of
that
missing.
We haven't
Quite a lot missing. Miroshnichenko's playing Yakovenko. What Yakovenko did? Remember him struggling a bit against Gareev in game 1. Did he? Okay, David Navarre has won. Yeah, it's quite a lot of results missing. In fact, Yakovenko 2 draws. Gareev holding strong.
Let's have a look. Let's get a different position. So
which one you want?
Grishuk or not? Is that advanced or not? It's still the same position.
It's the same position. I mean, the same in the sense that
he got in his F5.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Now he starts to press.
Yeah. So what you want is rook on 6 and bishop on d4, like rook d6, bishop on d4.
Or a rook anywhere, rook on the 7th, or anything. I need to get that into the attack.
Because black, I'd say, improved the king is now, of course, in a bit of a danger, but other pieces are nice. Bishop on c6.
Yep. How many games are still going on?
Look, I'm hearing some weird ideas of b5. I mean, getting to... no, bishop b5, rook d7. How stupid am I? Yeah, it's like if the rook gets some away from the d file. King f7, yeah, that'd be tough. That'd be tough still. But if that's the game we'll be looking at...
It feels like some more moves will be played. Bishop c5 will be played. He will try and get his rook into the game, I'm guessing. And once he gets the rook into the game, then he will try and develop a threat somewhere.
Yeah. So how many games? That's one. Sindarov, Firuza are still playing.
Oh, they're very happy. But looks... No, okay. Whose move is it?
White move.
Rook d4.
But what's...
Yes.
Rook a6, right?
And then king e5. But the problem is he can
So
never
with rook a6,
win.
yeah.
King e5, he can just check him.
Check him.
And rook d5. And no, rook...
I mean, you can do this, right? Check, rook d6.
That doesn't help.
That.
Yeah. So there you would have to... No. It's a draw.
It's a draw. It is a draw. Still, he'll try perhaps, right? Oops. I don't know what's that means. What
Jumped.
that means?
It
Jumped a bit. Then, yeah, Yang Yi is game number 3. This ending with the queens.
Yeah, well, that's...
yeah,
the
probably.
ending is ending soon, I think.
It's ending soon, yeah. Black supposedly just
Yes, and
runs
that-
away from the perpetual. And
the point is he's got queen f6 at some point, or queen e1 check. So in either of these moves, that's game over, in fact.
Yeah.
Because after queen h7, king e8, check, king d7...
He can also go here, right? King f6, that's what he does.
He
King f6, one more check, king f5, and queen f8, queen f6.
That's it. Well
And
done.
Yeah, so that is winning. And then not Yakovenko. Ivanishevich
He's a
Oreshenko,
very
one?
good player.
That
Yu
one?
Yang. Yeah.
That's... I mean, if this is not a draw, I don't know what is. And it's a weak pawn, but... However,
I'll tell you what's I'll tell you what's the sad thing here. The sad thing from White's perspective. Watch the following variation. You play king d4, knight c6 check.
So you mean it is a draw?
King e5.
King c5.
No, well, okay, king c5. Yeah, okay.
d6 and
Here,
e7.
king e7.
And f7,
you take
yeah.
here, and
it's-
here White has to play king h8, king f8. King h7 is the only move to draw because we know that h7, king f7 is a win for Black.
In your chess, right? Interestingly, Durarbaili offered what I was told. Yeah, he was offered a draw. He has offered a draw, and it was declined. And then
He forced it.
he played knight d5, perhaps, and then Black forced the draw.
Okay.
So that's finished. Cheparinov was that. I mean, it is winning, but it was an extra exchange we've seen. Remember that? I mean, that's what we've seen, and we said it's... How on earth you lose your... Or did he sacrifice? Like, he probably just thought it's easier. He captured on e5, or c5, yeah, captured on c5. Maybe he's right. I mean, why not? Why not?
Yeah, completely winning. Game over.
Yeah, that's not much to talk about, and that's it. Yeah, so up to 5 games, and they will be they'll be over one after another. So the only good thing about a Oreshenko game, I can tell you, so it cannot last for much longer than 50 moves because all the pawns are blocked, right?
Okay.
So it'll take Black to, I don't know, to lose his h7 pawn and somehow not to lose immediately, and then the game can last longer than 50 moves.
So king d4.
King d4, and then he just...
And then king c5.
Ah, you mean so another Volkswagen? Maybe knight c7 is a little
drawn.
bit.
It's completely drawn. It's completely drawn.
Right. It's got to be a draw.
Oh, actually, 95.
95, 96.
And then knight takes g5
knight takes
is a
g5,
draw.
I guess.
Or he's not worse anyway.
Mm-hmm. All right. So
people are asking. I've got no comments on any streams. I'm not following streaming.
Streams. What was the question? Maybe I know nothing. No.
About streams? Well,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Okay. So you were asked about streams.
Yes, streams. I prefer rivers myself. But,
Streams
because
of income, Nigel.
we have a lovely river here, but I'm afraid to open my window at night because it makes a lot of noise, even from a distance.
Isn't it a pleasant noise? No?
Well, it gushes. It really is quite loud. It goes at a serious velocity.
Ah, right.
Very pleasant atmosphere here. It's a very nice place to be.
All right.
And I'm not talking because of the casino, which is not really my cup of tea.
So look, we will have Grishuk for sure. Firouzja, that we've agreed on this one being a draw, I believe.
Yes.
Ivanišević and Miroshnichenko, that's the knights with 3 pawns each. Well, actually, he went for that. So what's the problem with knight g5? Is there some checks? No, knight c4, king c5 back. Yeah.
Yes.
Nothing
wrong.
Nothing wrong. Yeah. Can take on g6.
Yeah, that's.
And then you move the knight to f7.
And then knight f8. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
a draw.
Yeah, knight g5 just makes a draw.
But in fact, nothing. It's a draw.
What was? Oh, you thought maybe black can, or?
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah. Okay. And that be it, right? Yeah, everything else finished. So this will be. Will be finished anytime soon, I believe.
Yes, I believe so. So that's it. Is this the last game? Literally?
No, Grishuk.
Yes, Grishuk.
Always going to be with us. That might be the exceptional day. We'll have 3 breaks, Nigel.
Okay.
Because Grishuk's game never ending.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the board full of pieces. Yeah. So once again, Ivanišević. Firouzja, come on, boys, be serious. With all due respect, but how are you planning to win this?
Firouzja has been quite smart by putting his king backwards because. I mean, White's only chance is to somehow check and play rook h6.
So if you wait, it's a check and rook h6.
Which it's possible. It's still
still a draw. But yeah, that's that's something to avoid.
Let's not go into that.
Well, what he actually wait a second. What he did, he just played king g6 and allowed that.
That's very strange.
And rook on it, and rook a6.
Yes.
Clever boy. Clever boy. You can't make any progress.
Yep. And he's done it.
And he's done it.
Nice. He says that was a move of complete disgust. I'm too connected passports off.
That's so funny. Yeah, I mean, he was kind of hovering around for 20 moves to achieve that, just to realize it's a draw.
In
your chess,
my chess, this is winning.
Yeah.
So why should you be able to make a draw this way?
Why shouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean,
White's got an extra pawn. He's winning on points.
Will they play?
He's going
play
to play.
it out?
He's going to play. I think this will be an argument in favour.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he's going to.
Firouzja is known not to be very precise with the opposition. I mean, but
I don't think
luckily for this pawn, it doesn't matter. Luckily for this H pawn, it doesn't matter. By the way, King G7, did you notice? I mean, it's not how you're taught to play. Of course, here it's a draw, but...
Yeah. I like it. So that every last person in the room will understand the result. There we are. White wins.
It's a draw, Nigel. Stop fooling around. It's a draw. To add to this, it's exactly move 100.
Okay.
So it would make for a nice title for an article. You wins a game by stalemating on move number 100. But yeah, it's still a draw according to present rules. Let's call it this way. Yu Yang-yi has won. What else was? Areshenko's game was in progress. I think it ended in a draw already. Let me double check. Okay. I don't see it, and I don't believe any of those two won. So, welcome, Nigel, to a never-ending endgame between Krysiuk and Perez Ponsa. 74 moves, and we didn't even start it yet. I mean,
no.
White is preparing G5, and he'll prepare it for, that was move 63, so somewhere around move 110, I would go for G5. I mean, I'll try to do anything.
Well, I think what you try to do is you get your king into the position. Well, maybe not if you don't. Can you get the king up?
Like to...
H6, does that help? Maybe it doesn't help at all.
Rook on the 8th rank would have...
Yeah, rook e7 is always going to be... It doesn't really help. I can't see any purpose to this, apart from creating a...
Yeah, so probably you have to play G5 and then try to go to the H file with king on G5. Maybe that's what you do. I don't know if it...
it's going right. It's going back. It's going round.
So back to G3.
Nobody knows. What else have we got?
Nothing.
So Yu Yang-yi won 2 games, did he?
Yep.
Okay.
Won 2 games, 1 for rest. How did 1 for rest play? Remember, okay, we could look at 1 for rest game even if it's finished. He did not win because he has played f5 and not our favorite other move.
Which was what? E6.
Some E6.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that was not clear. Rook H6 was good, I think. Yeah, people are asking, we've talked about this previously, about Fabiano Caruana. I think he's got a...
default win.
Well, he's had a default win. I believe he's got a COVID test tomorrow. And it was unfortunate that I'm not quite sure why the game started yesterday. I think they were a bit delayed with the COVID tests. They do take some time.
Yeah.
For those people who have, had these PCR tests, you normally don't get the results immediately. It's very often the next day. And they're literally doing, dozens and dozens and dozens of them here on the spot. And I think they were a little bit delayed with that.
Yeah, I was told that they were supposed to get the results by 1 p.m. before the start of the round.
Yeah, and it came
like 3:30 or something.
Yeah, and that was very unfortunate because it means that Fabi has been exposed to somebody who is COVID positive for roughly 3/4 of an hour. At least Magaranto was wearing a mask, which is the important way round, because masks, as you no doubt know, they are better at preventing you from infecting others.
Yeah.
They offer some protection from other people, but they are better at preventing you from infecting others. So we'll cross fingers, touch wood. We hope he's okay.
So Rook H1 is obviously what you want to try at least, yeah?
Yes.
Maybe your opponent will allow you to go to 8th rank. So King G7.
I think that's pretty clear. He's going to go King G7. And I think Rook H2 might be it's a sort of little disturbing move. Those are the moves that people often find quite irritating. He's gone
Rook to C1.
That's a bit out. Oh, that's interesting.
So Rook King G7 and Rook to C1.
It's a bit abstract.
Bishop D3, and what he's planning to move the bishop to...
he's penetrating finally, so...
Yeah, Bishop E3.
Yeah, Rook E7.
I don't know where the bishop goes, but say Bishop E3 and go to the 8th rank.
But then what happens if Rook E7 then?
E7, I think I just go in.
Okay, and now
just
I check
go in
you.
and
I
check, king goes.
And I whip your pawn off.
Yeah. But it's not...
And you're happy.
Yeah, more or less. So Rook C7 is possible. Rook D8, Bishop D4.
Oh, hang on a second. He's gone another way. He's gone
another way.
He's gone King E3.
King E3,
And
so put the bishop on D4.
He wants to, but I'm not sure that's going to be very effective. He's enticed the king to G7.
G7, yes.
So perhaps that has some relevance.
So bishop to D4. Let's
so
assume
Rook E7
that.
check.
Rook E7, King F4, and then you're
Bishop
just
C6.
about on time with Bishop C6, right?
Although, how is Rook takes C6?
That's what I was thinking. Rook takes C6.
That might be winning. Takes
and G5. Might be just winning, yeah?
He's done it. He's done
you
it.
probably have to
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Try
you check and Bishop C3
and protect it and G6, and those are very fast.
And that's it. That's game over. In fact,
those are very fast. So he just played Bishop D4.
That's a very cunning idea. He's not bad, is he? He's not bad.
No, he's not.
Question? Yeah.
He's not.
He's gone King F4.
Yeah, check King F4. So it's clearly
his intention
was that. Yeah.
Yeah. King F7 is probably the right move.
F7, yeah, but then I go.
No. You go Rook H1.
Rook H1, and then you are very happy to offer me a draw. Rook E4.
You punk.
But yeah, but that's how
a term of endearment.
Yeah.
You understand that, Evgeny?
Bishop d3. So he goes from the other
Yes.
angle, so that the bishop cannot be taken on c6.
King
Yeah, bishop
f3,
d3
king
is
f3, king f3.
or even g3, just to
King.
avoid checks. Let's see.
Or maybe king g3.
Let's see.
No,
You
it's king
just move
g3.
move the bishop, maybe.
Yeah.
King g3. Yeah, right. So if rook e4, then of course we have a check. Yeah.
Yeah.
King
He's
g3.
He's done it. He's done
He's
it.
done it. It's so awkward.
It's very, very unpleasant, this position.
And now, Nigel, after king f7, he can actually play rook c8 as well, because rook e8 is no longer possible.
Yes.
So he goes in, and then
I preferred
You
rook
still
h,
prefer rook h1, yeah.
Rook h1, I think, is just winning.
But this might be as well, to be honest, because
Rook d7.
rook d7, bishop c5. I mean, I'll come back later
No.
to this
You
idea.
want to do it. You want to do it directly. You want to go rook h1. Here you are. Sorry. After
Rook h1.
what's he done? Is he? What's happened?
But you won't get...
Why is he king on g7?
That's the position.
Yeah. So king f7, rook h1. That's the point. Unless you can then play rook e4 and go for a counterattack. Close. It's unpleasant, isn't it? Nasty position to hold.
As most of those endings are, you cannot force a draw. Basically, you just have to hold it and hold it and hold it and
yeah. Apparently, bishop a1 was winning at some point. I'm not surprised, because bishop a1 is an idea at some moment. Yeah, bishop a1 he could have done directly, because of rook e4. If rook e4 he had.
Oh, you mean instead of king g3 or bishop a1?
Yeah, okay. Even now he's gone rook d7, and I think he can just move his rook anyway. I think this may be winning. Because now he's teeing up against the f-pawn.
To say bishop a1, king f7, rook what? Rook h1. And black can't even attack anything.
Oh, maybe. So in fact he can keep his king on. He's gone bishop a1. He can keep his king on g7. That's the point.
So g5.
Yes. So
this will be hanging. Yeah, g5 is not such a. Anyway,
it's
bishop a1 played.
It's absolutely on the edge. Looks very, very good chances of winning for white.
Yeah. What's next move?
I don't know what his next move is.
Because
king g f7.
King f7, and we said this.
Yeah, king g7,
and then he can go here again.
Yeah, we can probably go there, and then we threaten.
Now we threaten g5.
Yes,
and then
b5, rook c1, and
then rook c1, and then here
and then he gets him. One way or another, he gets him.
Oof.
Gosh, it's so tight, but he gets him. Yeah, the comments are, here's a warrior, Grisha, congrats to the victory. I don't think that Alexander Grischuk is 100% certain that he's winning. He may feel he's getting very close, but...
Yeah,
I'm certain I would be getting optimistic at this moment, but he doesn't look like a guy who is totally relaxed.
Yeah. Yeah, but now it feels like he's He is winning.
Yes, I think he is winning.
He is winning.
And this is good. I like this. I'll tell you why I like it. Because it's the Berlin. It's always good to see white winning in the Berlin,
and especially in the end game. Right?
Yeah. I think if you play the Berlin for a living, you should expect to suffer for many moves. That should be your punishment.
Yeah, it's not clear what to do at all. No, doesn't help.
Yeah, no, he's got him. I think he's got him.
If rook e7, we can play g5. Yeah.
Yes.
Can play g5 because those.
He's gone.
Yeah, that's what he's done.
Yeah.
Rook e7 now. Once again.
G5. Yeah, why not?
I mean, we can play g5, Nigel, because we don't have any responsibility. If it's a draw, it's a draw. But for Grishuk, imagine 1 minute, you were working for 40 moves to create something, and then
this is
if g5...
He's going to go. He's going to go for it.
If g5 doesn't work, that means no, he won't. I know him quite a bit. I mean, he won't.
Yeah. Well, this is the moment.
It feels like it's the moment, yeah.
Yeah, it is the moment. It's the heat of the moment.
Rook d1. Rook d1. What's rook d1?
No idea. Rook e3 check.
To disturb the...
Rook e3
rook
check.
e3 with some cheapos, right? King f2 needed.
Yeah, doesn't
actually play...
You can?
Yes, the point of rook e3 being this, we do this, right? And then king f3, bishop
still
e2.
Loses, still loses, still
king
loses.
f3.
Still loses.
Bishop e2 captures and does that. Actually is a nice way to win. Okay, let's go back.
Karyakin won, by the way.
Karyakin won 2-0,
Is that right?
Yeah.
So yeah. Against Shamsidin Vokhidov from Uzbekistan.
Rook e3 played. So king f4, in fact, is a stronger move, right? At least we think so, right? King f4. So he kind of falls for a trap.
Yes, but that's it.
But not really, yeah. So king g3 would be extremely unfortunate because... actually, even... I know, f5's hanging, yeah. King g3 would be a mess, but king f3 wins.
No, that's it. I think.
And rook h3, we can go g5 finally.
Yeah, I think he's just got him now.
Outsmarted.
Outwitted. Or g5 and then king f7.
So you go here.
Yeah.
g5, king.
It doesn't matter.
Just
sorry. I was suffering from some hallucination there.
Bishop takes, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Apologies for.
No, it's fine because it's getting. It's getting late.
It's getting late.
I'm
ready.
Late.
I had the wrong position in my mind.
So how many tiebreaks do we have? 6, 9. No,
we don't know. We've got a lot of games.
23 tiebreaks. I don't know if in both tournaments or our tournament alone. Our tournament alone, 23. So more than the first round.
Yes, yeah, because they're much closer in strength.
23 tiebreaks.
I think he has realised it's coming to an end.
And I think, Nigel, tomorrow is the day we'll see the 7th game, the Armadillo game.
Oh, we're going to see the Armadillo game.
Very likely. Yeah. It's very, very likely.
That's because of our interest in natural history, isn't it? And the armadillos.
So Bishop's
Do you
hanging?
like Sir David Attenborough? Do you follow his documentaries? Do you know who he is?
No,
Never heard of him.
No, of course. And I'm
How can you don't know Elvis Presley? And you
I do know Elvis Presley.
and
Stop
you don't know Sir David Attenborough.
You
Sir David Attenborough is internationally famous
for on what? I mean, on like
have you
BBC,
never,
right?
No,
I mean,
honestly, his documentaries are absolutely brilliant. On the chat, does anybody not know who Sir David Attenborough is?
On the chat, please type. We have no clue who it is. I mean, just to prove that Nigel is
Planet
a dinosaur.
Earth. Thank you. Which was massively successful all over the world. And it was brilliant too.
Okay. So King Evgeny, nothing to do.
Everybody knows him, apart from you, Evgeny.
And I like it. I like it as is. So it's not like I'll.
Yeah.
Oh wait. Bishop C2. We've got one more.
There's a
move.
comment. I 100% agree with Nigel reprimanding Evgeny for not knowing Sir David Attenborough. Oh, gosh. Blue planet, planet Earth.
Wait, why is he thinking? Oh, it's a choice B7 or F6, right?
Yes.
And then B7, maybe he's a bit bothered with this.
Yes. He's taken it.
He's taken it. Rook takes B7. Same trick, Nigel. Takes, check, attack the rook.
Does it work?
Why not?
Bishop E4.
3 pawns, no?
Yeah. 2 takes on B7 and
Takes
then
on B7.
Takes Bishop F3.
Bishop F3. You mean you B5, A6, you're just in time to take. That's actually.
So you go G5, Bishop E4.
It's the same. No, actually, I don't go G5. I mean, I want it to be on one diagonal. So I do this, and I think I win. Bishop B2, F6. So my task is so that you're not doing. I mean, you're not going to switch king, stopping the E pawn, and bishop sacrificing for an F pawn. But I think I've achieved that, right? I play F6.
You could have played King F2 first. But
yeah, probably.
Yeah. No, we're not in time. Yeah.
So rook c4 instead of rook e1. That way he has bishop d1 as well as bishop e4 threat. Rook what? Rook d7. It's a bit covering this. Yeah. Okay. And f6 is gone.
All right.
But still,
that's good.
It's tense. Yeah. I mean, till the very last moment. Black finds at least some ideas.
Yes.
4 seconds, 3, 2. Rook c6. Well, actually, now f6 somehow survived. I just come to realize,
nobody knows how or why.
Yeah. So the pawn which was on the light square protected by the bishop is gone, but the f6 pawn survived.
King g3. Move the king.
King g3. I'd probably think of returning the bit like protect literally everything.
Well, you just put your king on a dark square because you won't drop a rook or something when you do that, and then you think.
Then you think, absolutely. And then probably the rook deserves to be put on dark square as well. I think bishop d4 is bishop c5 is what.
Yeah,
you,
it's all
what
going
you do.
to win. It's all going to win.
Yeah, bishop d4.
Yeah, bishop d4. It's a good move. And one way to win, by the way, you can put the rook on b7 and rook on b6, and that's probably a very, very simple way to win. That will just decide the game.
If he trades, though, bishop. Oh,
No, I take
then,
the
then
pawn.
g5.
Yes,
of course.
Yeah.
Ah, so you kind of seizing the sixth rank. So
Yeah.
he will somehow need to be. No. He never be gonna be in time. Yeah. So he'll protect the a6, but f6 will drop.
Oh, he
So-
managed to find a defense.
Which one? Bishop.
Yeah, bishop c4 and bishop b5. He did find a defense.
But yeah, but what's then? You still go there?
Yeah, okay, king f7.
So he's not. Yeah.
I think one easy way to do it is just to penetrate on the h file and then go rook b7.
Oh, you mean get the king somewhere? Like.
Yeah, look, he's controlling all files, everything at this point in time.
I think he might play g5 one day and then just win like this. Yeah.
Even with this, yes.
Just win like this, because that's kind of an extra possibility to play b5 and then to create the a pawn at some. Yeah, okay, bishop c4, but still requires some
Stout defense,
start.
but you feel that he's going down. And there we have in front of us the total prize fund is $1,892,500. First prize is $110,000, which is better than a kick in the leg. Second place gets 80,000, third 60,000, fourth 50,000. So there is money to be had here, and I think a lot of professional players who've been out of work will appreciate this opportunity to make some money.
All right. There's another idea, because after bishop b5, you probably win by capturing on b5, if you want.
Yes. And then king
Takes and
king
king
e4
here and king d5 and
Yeah, that will win. That will win.
Too many threats.
Yeah.
Rook b7, and I think he just went bishop b3. So now your rook b6 should be.
And then bishop d5.
No, bishop d5. Yes,
Still resisting somehow.
King e4. Now bishop d1, rook b6 works because
Yes.
trade, and you're not in time to take the pawn because b7. Yeah, you're not in time to do anything. Yeah, king e4.
Now rook b6 is a killer. King e4 is a nice move.
King e4 is a nice move.
And incidentally, this is not an unusual theme in these type of endings, that you put the king not on the same square as the bishop, because you're trying to control the opposite squares.
Yeah, you're trying to control at least some squares with the
king. Yeah, and now the king is coming into d5, and that's just the end. That is really hopeless. Yes, That's it.
Yeah, so he finally has won. Alexander Grishik, taking him 96 moves. Still less than Firouzja's draw.
Yes.
So
I don't think he'll be unhappy. He's gone through. He's avoided.
playing tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes.
Yeah. So, tomorrow, I was told we have 23 matches.
Okay.
23 matches. I believe Dubov being... I don't know if it's in any order. No, not really. Bakro has lost.
Oh, right.
Bakro has... We've completely forgotten about... Yeah, but your countryman, Ravi...
Yeah, so he won... Yeah, actually, so I got a message on that. So I forgot to mention it. We failed to look at it. Can we just briefly look at it, or the end of the game?
Yeah.
So, Douglas Griffin said a message about this being reminiscent of a certain game of mine against Misha Gurovic. So, pushing through. Right,
so we have some people qualified already, even some pairs are clear. Hari Krishna, for instance, plays Lupulescu. What else? Prague with Krasenkov, one of the oldest, maybe the oldest of remaining players.
Yes.
Against one of the youngest. Yeah, MVL faces David Paravian. And Sam Shankland against Areshenkov. Yeah. Okay. So now I think it's a moment we can show the board. Yeah.
Okay. We'll very briefly show this because Evgeny's being generous to me and showing my countryman Ravi Hari completely outplayed Etienne Bakro. And we talked about the light squares weaknesses. We talked about it early on, and we thought, okay, not as though black is really doing that much, but this is a chance because it's not strategically level. Right. And he was able to exploit this.
So later what happened was knight was traded on c4, so he sacrificed the pawn, interestingly.
And the amazing, that is so impressive that he even offered an exchange.
I mean, I'm not sure if it's...
Not sure
he was winning. I mean, I don't know what happened.
It's amazing, though. Go on. Let's continue. Let's make some moves.
Okay, g3. I mean, I think there's some pattern like that. It reminds of a Rubinstein or something.
Yes, go on.
Yeah, rook d8, and c6. 2 pawns up. Okay, this pawn
is dropping off.
He's dropping.
And the dark squares.
a5, a6. Okay, so Capa Blanca. No.
Everything under control, offering that temporarily.
Why bishop c5?
Well,
because he thought he wins the pawn back, right? And what? And missed knight e4?
Yes, probably.
And c3.
That's probably the answer.
Probably the answer, yeah. And then black stabilizes.
Yeah, and once the king gets in the position.
And he was trying to block the rook from entering, but then the king gets to d5 and f4.
And f4, and then the rook
resigned.
And then the rook enters on f7 and comes into the game and crashes through. Everything stabilized, and the white bishop rattling around like some dried pea in a can.
Okay.
Sorry, I was getting
that was a nice one. Yeah. You know, Nigel, I guess you will be able to vote for this one to be a game of the round, because a reminder, we have brilliancy prizes for rounds 2, 3, and 4.
I shouldn't be so biased on these things, but very nice game. I mean, look, seriously, it's a very nice game.
Okay, and we have 23 tiebreaks coming tomorrow.
Which is, I think, sufficient action for us.
Yep.
And we're expecting some ties, further ties, and maybe the Armageddon.
Yeah, so there will be a long day tomorrow, and yeah, that's it for today. Thanks very much.
So our guest this afternoon is top Russian Grandmaster David Paravian, 26-29. David, you defeated a strong Grandmaster today, 2-0. Could you talk us a bit about the game of today?
Yes, he played Dutch defense, and it's a very complicated opening. I don't afraid complicated game today because thought if I have a nice chances for win probably, and I think he played very bad move. G4. He just missed after HG takes bishop e5.
Confirm that. I was checking with the computer, and GF4 was complex, and G4 was probably a mistake.
Yes, right. G4 is a big mistake. After G takes bishop f4 and probably a6. I don't know. I think my position is better, but very complicated, because he can make a long castle in the next few moves.
So you advance to the third round after this 2-0 win against Onischuk, and you're facing Maxim Vachiragrev with 1 day to prepare. How are you thinking about this matchup with Maxim?
I really believe what I have as some chances, because in this tournament I just need to don't lose. Yes. Just make many draws, and you can win a match, yeah, in Armageddon. But obviously Maxim is favorite in this match, but I really believe I have some chance.
Well, David, I congratulate you on your win, and hope you have a good match in the third round against Maxim.
Thank you.